here, everybody's silent. It's my pleasure to welcome you this morning for this session. Thank you very much. My name is Georg Schütter. I'm the CEO of the Volkswagen Foundation, and I have the pleasure to welcome you to this session, 60 years of Israeli-German science diplomacy. And the question is this a role model? In order to be a role model, one has to highlight the specifics of this type of relationship, and we will certainly do this. We do this on a day that for Germany is a day of remembrance. You heard it upstairs if you were there for the opening of today's events at 9 o'clock. It was the German Chancellor who both reminded us that today is the day to remember that the wall in Berlin fell, and at the same time it's the day to remember the night of pogroms in November 1938. So it's a very special day to talk about 60 years of Israeli-German relations. We do this on invitation and supported by the Hertie Foundation, and there's a couple of members of the foundation. The deputy head of the advisory board is Sascha Spoon, who at the same time is president of the University of Lüneburg. Sascha, it's wonderful that you are here, and two wonderful colleagues, Ms. Proksch and Ms. Pötsch are here as well. So thank you for making this event possible. It's wonderful that you're here. And we have a wonderful group of people to discuss the issue. Menachem Ben-Sasson is here. Menachem is a historian at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, chancellor of the university, and he is professor, or was his first nomination as professor, was professor for history of the Jewish nation. Menachem was also a member of the Knesset, so somebody who has been involved in German-Israeli relations also for quite some time. Next to him is Gabriele Hermani. She is head of cooperation with European countries, especially Israel, in the German Federal Ministry of Research, Technology and Space. She is a trained political scientist, an expert on film, theater, a journalist, a publisher, and somebody who also served as science attaché at the German embassy in Tel Aviv for several years. So wonderful that you're here, Gabriele. Jenny Hestermann is a historian. She wrote a book with the title Don't Mention the War, Deutsche-Israelische Wissenschaftsbeziehungen nach dem Holocaust. And she did that focusing on the humanities and the development of the German-Israeli relations, especially in this field of scholarship in the second half of the last century. It's wonderful that you're here. And last but not least, Patrick Kramer. Patrick Kramer is president of the Max Planck Society, also an award-winning life scientist and somebody who is involved and has been involved in science and research diplomacy, I would say throughout your academic career in various capacities, but in an important one right now. So a round of applause for all our discussants here. We have about 50 minutes to discuss, and we will not do it only amongst ourselves in this wonderful circle here, but rather open up the debate to you, to your questions, to your input, to your remarks. And we will do that more or less in the last 10 to 15 minutes of this morning. So that leaves us with about 30 minutes to discuss amongst ourselves. And I would like first to ask Jenny Hestermann. Jenny, provide us with an historical picture of how the relationship started since you wrote this book, Don't Mention the War. Jenny.
Yes, thank you for the invitation to Hertie, and thank you for giving me the word. I want to make 3 points very quickly at the beginning. Since we're in the year of 60 years German-Israeli diplomatic relations, and I remember very well 2015 when we celebrated 50 years, which was a year of many more events, festivities, celebrations, and just to hint to the current debates that are ongoing that we will discuss later. And in the day, I asked myself this German rhetoric of reconciliation, friendship, building bridges, where does it really stem from? And my first point, what I found in my research, is the relations in the beginning were highly pragmatic. Israelis had a deep mistrust of Germans of that generation, especially for obvious reasons. So it is a bit of a glorification of the success story in hindsight. So in the beginning, strategic interests aligned. That's my first point. Israelis were isolated. They needed funds and money, access to European knowledge and diplomacy, and Germany, West Germany, was a path to provide that. So we have this narrative by the Germans versus pragmatism of Israelis. And about science, I can say that the first cooperations were in physics, Weizmann, Rehovot, and CERN Institute and Max Planck Gesellschaft. And that was, one has to read that very much as geopolitical strategic interests in the Cold War that aligned, rather than a reconciliation that stemmed from people. And in the beginning, and that's my second point, it was individuals who formed friendships or at least collegial alliances, and it gradually developed over the decades into institutional frameworks. But the process was not linear. It was always very contested and also contingent at some points. There were strains by geopolitics, especially in the 70s, when Germany took more consideration the European partners to align more with Arab states. So it is a success story today, to stress that, but it is not by any means was self-evident. Maybe I stop here.
Right. Well, the Max Planck Society was mentioned, Patrick. What is the internal perception of the role of the Max Planck Society?
Well, maybe to take on this historical perspective, it's really important to realize that 6 years before the diplomatic relationship would start, the first official German delegation, which was not an official one, which was a scientific delegation, went to Israel. There's this beautiful photo, you know, with the Israeli plane, and the first president of Max Planck, Otto Hahn, would board the plane together with some colleagues. And just to give you one example, this was in 1959. They were actually invited by the Weizmann Institute. And this is something that we will never forget, that it was our Israeli colleagues who invited us in such a situation where people would be in Israel with the numbers from Auschwitz on their arms. And you know, the colleagues invite us, and then they come with this delegation. And just one example, who was in that delegation? That came out only recently, that Gentner, we knew he was in the delegation, it's a physicist, but it came out only recently that he was part of, let's say, a silent resistance against the Nazis. Because the Nazis would ask them, well, you know the Curie family in Paris, and the son-in-law of Marie Curie, he was a nuclear physicist. He was working on nuclear fission, and he had like a cyclotron, and he had expertise. And the Nazis would tell Gentner, please go to Paris and get this knowledge. And he would say, no problem, you know, it's a very good colleague of mine. And he would go to Paris, and the two colleagues would say, well, we will be able to delay that for a considerable time. And they did not provide the information to the Nazis. And so then after the war, somebody like Gentner, of course, was qualified to then represent Germany in Israel. I could go on forever, but this to me is like almost like the hour where science diplomacy was born, the modern science diplomacy was born. Because building on that, the Minerva Foundation was founded 5 years later, and then, of course, the diplomatic relations.
Right. Well, if we put it in context, it's not only a shining picture of let's move forward. I mean, the Max Planck Society had a secretary general at that time who did have a Nazi past. So building up a relationship was not self-evident, you know, even for a Max Planck Society with outstanding researchers. And it was probably the researchers that could build a first basis of trust. And just like you said, very often I was Secretary General of the Alexander von Humboldt Foundation that supports individual researchers. And very often you see that more structural relationships are being created based upon personal trust. And it was The head of the board of the Heritage Foundation, Annette Schawan, published an article in der Tagesspiegel just yesterday talking about diplomacy of trust. And trust is being built by people, and so it was probably that delegation that led to trust. Menachem, what's the Israeli take on that part of history?
So, thank you for the very beginning frameworking. Let's take prehistory to the history. So the prehistory, it was done in the 50s, in the 50th anniversary, as Jenny mentioned, very colorful and a lot of investment, as Gabriele will remember. We started going back in our archives at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, and we thought that we'll find out applications of Holocaust people who faced Holocaust and wanted to come to Israel and get a university certificate to leave Germany or to leave the areas of Europe. And we indeed found some 63,000, and it's all on the internet. But what we found is the prehistory of the stories that we just heard. The professors that found haven in Israel, at that time Palestine, in the 30s, 40s, came to the university with their own files from their departments here in Germany. So they actually ran science straightforward continuity from what they had in Germany. It started in Jerusalem, moved to Tel Aviv, also when Weizmann was established to Weizmann. So it created a platform of continuity in many of the departments that still spoke German, even though the title was Hebrew University. So we want to understand the whole framework. If you went to Germany, if you had some German background, you are safe and sound in terms of continuity of research. And then comes 59 letters students sent from Berlin to Jerusalem, wanted to come even maybe before the mission came. So it's grassroots, as just described. And you said it's about people, so people were also students who initiated it, and it wasn't easy to say yes. It ended up in a positive way.
Right, and as far as I know, there was also on the side of the Weizmann Institute a wish to establish relationships again, both for scientific reason but also for support reason. The institute was a couple of years old, and in the late 1950s, the Weizmann Institute does have a reputation to reach out. Even until today, we have friends of Weizmann Institutes all over the world, but they established that type of outreach already in the 1950s as well, right?
Yes, and at the beginning, we used the same bank account, the Hebrew University in Weizmann, because Weizmann was the one who opened or initiated Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Small country, few institutes, I think sort of quality, and that's the secret of the success.
Well, please, Jenny, go ahead.
I would just love shortly to add to the story of the Hebrew University that while it was heavily German in the 30s, in the 50s also the German language was forbidden/frowned upon. So it was actually very difficult to continue engaging with German history, language, culture, and for Israelis to travel to Germany because the presidencies, the rectorate, didn't want to allow it. So there's also this friction that plays into that history.
Well, since your knowledge is there, help us to move fast forward to the new century here. You said there were ups and downs. In the 1970s, it became complicated because Germany established relationships to Arab countries. What happened afterwards? We had the fall of the wall, a new relationship with a unified Germany.
Yes. So in the beginning, late 50s, when the science diplomacy started, early 60s, when youth exchange, etc., started, and then diplomatic relations, it was framed as a special relationship. And the SPD government in 69 changed that and started talking about normalization. So after the 67 war, there was a lot of criticism on Israel and the occupation, and European partners were more aligned with Arab countries, and then there was always a balance that German government had to walk between keeping the special relationship and also aligning within the European community that grew stronger and stronger. I would say that's a challenge that has been overcome if we really want to fast forward. So Germany, as we know, managed to keep the special relationship. And it was only in the 80s, though, that more institutions were formed, like the GIF.
The German-Israeli Foundation.
Like the German-Israeli Foundation. And then in the 90s, it really kicked more off with also research institutes in Germany that researched more Jewish than Israeli history, though. One point, Germany has heavily invested in research centers in Israel to teach about German history, language, culture from the DAD and Minerva, while as young Germans did not learn so much about Israel than the other way around. So there is an asymmetry that we also see that I would like to point out, because we're still in that situation today that in schools and universities we don't learn enough about Israeli history, the complexities of the prehistory, the Zionist project, the conflict, etc.
Well, thank you very much. Somebody who has to deal with the present, so I'm grateful for that. Fast forward is Gabriele Hermani, who now works in a federal ministry and tries to build relationships. And as far as I understand, Gabriele, these relationships are built upon those institutions which were created in the 1980s, 1990s. Amongst others, the Volkswagen Foundation has established an exchange program 45 years ago. So there is a number of institutions that you count on, right?
This is true, and I can't agree more that we need here more studies you talked about. But let me say the governmental relations were also very important, and they framed all these institutions which were built. So in this year, in March, we celebrated 60 years of science relations with Israel. And when we look back, it is a huge success. It is not only that we work together in all fields, but especially in the very important fields. Let me name, for example, batteries research, water technology, cancer research, next year 50 years with Heidelberg. And we have the foundations. You mentioned the GIF, very important for young scientists. And of course, we have Martin Buber Foundation at the Hebrew University. Thank you, Menahem, for all the support, which focus on young scientists and humanities, of course. And we have at our side Minerva, and thanks to MPG, we can look back on like 50 years of successful collaboration. We have the DFG program, and we have lots of calls between the two countries, which we did together. And the scientific relations on the governmental side were always fruitful, I have to say. And
Okay.
we look into the future, and we signed at that event in March a memorandum of understanding with the ambassador and the then Minister Özdemir, which also count on the new development in the world. So we also prepared for this.
Okay. Patrick, if we look at the drivers of collaboration today from a scientific point of view, and Minerva, the Minerva Foundation was mentioned, where do you see the scientific driver, joint fields of curiosity, where a common future is being developed?
Actually, there's many. I mean, some were mentioned. The natural sciences, of course, are in the focus. Don't forget that Tel Aviv is an ecosystem for innovation. They have these small companies. They are in AI. They are in internet-based businesses. They are in technology. So it's an amazing, ecosystem, not just for high-level science, but also for innovation. We can learn a lot from Israel. And, on top of the natural things that we do, of course, with the 6 universities and Weizmann, which is biotechnology, which is physics, which is chemistry and so forth, don't forget things like law. So I have to run out here at 11 sharp because I take a plane to Israel.
All right.
And so on Monday we will be at Weizmann, because you all know there was a missile hitting from an Iranian one, and there's half a billion damage. So we will look at that and see what we can do also to help. But on Tuesday we go to Hebrew University and we open the first Max Planck Center in Israel. And what do? These are actually legal scholars who cooperate to analyze democracies, the resilience of democracies, but who also look into the future. You know, how could a constitution for Israel look like in this special context with the many different religious groups and the special history. So don't forget, you know, these fields, the humanities, law, the social sciences. Here's also, we have great opportunities for collaboration.
Menhem, you said when we entered the room that the focus of the relationship has also shifted to valorization of research results. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Yes, it's not a surprise. The framework and the basis at the beginning was economic. Germany gave billions out of the damage then estimated to be 300 billion during the Holocaust, and at the end, maybe we ended up in getting 100 and something billion, the value of. But the story around started as economic one, and soon, nowadays it's even accelerated. We still want to add to the gap between the economics, the import and the export. But Israel nowadays exports to Germany services and know-how. And the theme of this conference now is high-tech. I heard that Germany is going to invest 18 billion. Part of it, I'm quite sure, is going to be taken from Israeli know-how and experience. How is it going? Go to Ben Gurion, young university. There, your company, the telecom company, invested 18 million at the beginning. Nowadays, it's much more. Israel doesn't have even one car factory. Germany has a lot. However, when it comes to helping off car industry, we have 457 different companies of know-how. Autonomous cars, this kind of. So this is kind of a relation that was developed. I'm not in the commerce. I'm in academics, because the beginning of the autonomous car and the beginning of any of other development is not in the commercial part. It starts with basic science. So the contact is based on the academic institutions that developed the know-how, and later on it become industry. So in many ways, they go hand in hand. And nowadays, what we have is a result and a promising that if 18 billion are invested here, I think that at least out of the 18, 26 billion will come to us, hopefully.
Here we go. To that extent, we have a role model. If I summarize it just briefly in a nutshell, it was people who established contacts. Then we had institutions. Now we have a number of drivers of collaboration, be it research curiosity, be it value creation, be it joint businesses. And to that extent, we talk about a role model. Let's talk about the hurdles of collaboration. And there are a number of hurdles. If we look at the European context, there was a huge debate within the Union whether Israel should be an affiliated country to the framework program. And there are international there's an international movement to stop relationship. Jenny, you wanted to say a few words about that to start that part of our debate.
Yes. 2 points. I think you mentioned yesterday, or maybe somebody else, the discrepancy between science and society that we really have to be careful about. And in one way, I see it also in the German-Israeli relations. So heads of universities, presidents of foundations that are here in this room are working very strongly on those relations. But I feel like the faculties and students and the society in large is on a very different level concerning these relations and not so friendly. And speaking about your point, there's a very worrying movement in Europe in the last 2 years. As you know, Israeli scholars are getting disinvited. Not only institutions are boycotted, but also individuals, also those who are very outspoken against the government. So it's not about that. It's like pure anti-Israeli. And I'm very happy to say that in Germany we are still standing strong, but I don't see this development in countries like the Netherlands, Belgium, UK, Scandinavia stopping because the war ended. It's a wave that it's also coming from that is very like strengthened out of the post-colonial studies movement the last 5 to 10 years in Europe. And while 10 years ago it was very also for me normal to speak about, I work on Israeli history, it's become a very contested topic to the point that you can't even say the name Israel in certain contexts anymore, and in a lot of humanities and social sciences faculties. So I applaud the collaboration in tech and AI and natural sciences, but as a historian, I'm very worried about our fields and how it will play out in the European context.
I would like to ask Patrick first, because you mentioned the breadth of collaboration from the hard sciences all the way to the humanities, scholars of law enter. Do you feel within the Max Planck Society this type of movement? Is there some resentment against your colleagues to collaborate?
Well, you know, I've been in office for 2.5 years, and I would say this topic was the one that cost me most energy and time. I was happy to put that in because I know it's very important, but it was such an amount of work to prevent a situation that we saw in Columbia or Harvard, because these are the people Max Planck compares itself to. And we were able, and actually I think many of us should be proud, we were able to prevent these cultural wars. And this is not self-evident. 41% of our directors do not have a German passport. They have a very different view of Israel. Almost 60% of our junior researchers do not have a German passport, so the majority is international. And you just have to look to the Netherlands, where the universities are boycotting Israel. We have an institute in the Netherlands, so I just received a letter on that. So what I want to say, because this is so much, I could fill hours on that. What I want to say is that we managed, by discussing intensely, by having a very clear line that we follow, to differentiate between criticism of the government, which is allowed and which we always did. Within Israel, we criticize Netanyahu. And our colleagues who are our partners, friends, and scientists, and who are the civil society that we want to strengthen. And you know, by always explaining that, we managed to keep a majority, and we prevented these cultural wars. So far, so good. And that is what I would like to do in the future.
Is it also a generational issue? Max Planck simply does not have students?
Well, I mean, people come to us at the age of 23, 24 to do their PhD. Some come for the master. We have master courses at Göttingen, for example. So we do have a lot of international young people, and we do get a lot of criticism, and we need to explain. And of course, we could use the historical explanation, but I don't think it's very strong. It's strong for us, it makes sense, but not for somebody who comes from Bangladesh at the age of 24 to Max Planck. We have to make clear that they have to differentiate between a government that you can criticize, and you should criticize, and our colleagues who are part of the civil society and our partners, and who are actually even organizing the resistance against the government. So, you know, I've been in Israel 3 times just to give speeches at Bar Ilan, at Technion, to give speeches and say, in Israel, this is a great concern. This war has to stop. The government must reconsider. It's very easy to send a post anonymous on the net, but it's very difficult to go to Haifa, to go to Tel Aviv, and to criticize the government of Israel for what they do in Gaza. Still, I get a lot of criticism. You are pro-Israel, because people don't differentiate. No, I'm pro-science. And science is what is evidence-based, what is fact-based, is the rationality that we need to bring into such a region of conflict. So how can you boycott the force that brings rationality to the table in that region of crisis is totally counterintuitive.
Menahem, you've been building bridges between Germany and Israel throughout decades. You spent every winter, if I'm not mistaken, here in Berlin. But throughout the past 2 years, I've received numerous emails from you thinking about, complaining about the boycott that takes place all over Europe. What did you do, and what's your experience throughout those past 2 years to deal with that situation?
So since it's only you and I here, we can talk about what I ask for. I approach individuals who are at the head of the German academic community, head of institutes, head of foundations like Volkswagen, and I ask for their help. It never happened before. I'm old enough to give you a perspective of almost 40 years. I drafted the Israeli constitution when I was in the Knesset, and I spent time here in the Bundestag and with the late President Herzog of yours to draft the Israeli constitution. At that time, who would dream that a scientist would ask for your help against boycotting? Nowadays, in order to approach some of the places in the world, we need you. We need you because you are not us. You are not suspected to be us. Yes, Patrick is suspected to be pro. You are suspected to be pro, but at the end, everybody knows that you speak the only language that should be taken seriously, the language of science. Hertie speaks the same language in each schools. Therefore, we approach you. We ask you for help. We know that you are the bridge to other places to bring them back without any justification to what they were used to do, namely to be in charge of science. University X in Belgium, University Y in the Netherlands, University Z in Spain, all nowadays surrendering to the voice that you hinted to. It is not necessarily the voice of science. If you want to develop science, it's exactly what I ask you. I have been asking you for the last 2 years. Help us reaching out to institutes here and abroad to convince them to continue with what we know what to do. And one more sentence. There is no future to the region. Forget about nowadays stories. There is no future for the region without the scientists. You need the educators, you need the professors of law, you need the professors in high-tech different branches. They are the ones who bring healing. Otherwise, we are doomed to be third world. So that's also the future.
If we use the metaphor of languages, Gabriele, just a second, there must be a missing link in translation, because the language of science should be universal, and yet there are academic institutions that either divert from using the language, or there is a missing link in translation, so they don't understand the value. Gabriele.
I would like to add a practical example how governmental help could or how governments could help. I was also in Poland for 4 years, and the situation there with anti-Semitism is, well, also not that nice. And we worked together, the German embassy with the Israeli embassy, and we did a hackathon at a huge museum in Warsaw. And the hackathon theme was how to fight together against anti-Semitism. So scientists from all over, more or less, Poland, US, Germany, and also young entrepreneurs came to Poland, to Warsaw, into this museum, were stuck there for 2 days and had to figure out what technical solutions do we have to fight anti-Semitism in our country. And they came up with wonderful solutions, and I hope some of them were followed, but this is something which German embassies and Israeli embassies can do all over Europe. And it costs not that much money. It's something we can afford, yeah.
Again, where's the missing link in translating the language of science into a language that is understood on a broader basis? Jennifer, do you have any take?
How can science be translated to society? I think
Now, the value of
the
science to
value-
build bridges between Israel and other countries.
Well, first, I think it's always an illusion that we can do pure science that is somehow not connected to society. So it was never neutral. It's also not neutral in the presence. This question was discussed also yesterday, and I have no good answer. How value can be translated to society. I think I want to reiterate on your point. Now I'm sure it was yours. We shouldn't be activists. So I think that's also very important, especially in my field, that people who are from very different fields, economists, political scientists, maybe speak about Israel and the conflict and the Middle East as if they are experts, and it gets convoluted with private opinions that they might have. But because they speak as scientists, people assume they have expertise. So I think this German-Israeli case, or the case of Israel in the world right now, is actually a crystallization point for many problems we have overall, with the distinction between opinions and facts, and the distinction between activists, scholars, and how science and society are intertwined and how they are not. I didn't really answer your question, but I think your point was important to explain, to like really insist on making the difference between a scientific community and the world of academia and a government that may be criticized. But it's a whole fight against anti-Semitism. So I have no good answer.
But your answer helps me to relate to our motto, a role model. So the current situation seems to be a role model for a broader set of challenges that we have in the research community. Before I turn to Patrick, let me remind you that time has come for your questions and your remarks. But Patrick, you wanted to intervene first.
You know, looking into the future, when there was the escalation between Israel, US, and Iran, I called the Iranian directors that we have, right? And wanted to hear your opinion. And just to tell you about the complexity, they were at the time concerned about some points that were made by German politicians. Yeah, let them do the tough work. Remember this?
I remember that, yes.
So how complex that is. So they didn't have a problem with Israel. They had a problem with how they were seen as Iranian, like top-level researchers in Germany. So this tells you about the complexity. Now think about Lebanon, think about Egypt, think about Jordan, think about Saudi Arabia. So what can we do? And that's the point I want to make for the future. Because we see all these people, and we have all these wonderful people within Max Planck, and they are pipetting next to each other, and they're not fighting, and they shake their heads. What are they doing back home? You know, fighting all the time. So we have this great opportunity that science is almost like a peace organization where people get together and speak a common language. And so what can we do for the region? I will actually travel to the Middle East and now visit a lot of the countries around Israel. Because remember, 3 years back, Israel would collaborate with Saudi Arabia, the Emirates. There were new treaties and they were exchanging knowledge, actually addressing global challenges, addressing green hydrogen, addressing clean water, and so forth and so forth. So we want to connect back to that time. And I think this sounds crazy to some people, but maybe you would agree with that. I think Israel can almost be like a gateway to the region, because there is partnerships and we can revive them to expand science, for example, to the Emirates and other places where actually there's a lot of money now for science and where we should also have partnerships. And that is a great possibility we have in Europe, that we can have these multilateral collaborations because we are interested in good science. And then, last sentence, could use it also for science diplomacy, just without having this intention, but just because we work with all these people.
Right. It seems as if the hard power politics lead to new openings like the Abraham Accord. Would science be able to even go beyond that? Think about Iran. This seems to be a hurdle that cannot be overcome by regular
I mean, I was
politics.
just Georg, I was just in Latin America, which is totally shifting. Argentina used to be a prime partner. Now Milei is taking the money out of science. Now Brazil comes back with Lula, and there's a big, new money, and we will collaborate with San Diego. We were there actually prior to the climate conference to educate also local politicians. So the world is changing all the time, and because we are just interested in the best science, I think we can do that diplomacy. And we should not be afraid of any borders. We should think freely.
Thank you. First, I would like to ask you, Walter Rosenthal, you're the first one, and there is a question. Oh gosh, there's a question over there. So we move from Walter to this side, or from this side, and then to Walter, and then to you, and then to you. Okay, you go first. Introduce yourself just briefly.
So I'm John Bagger. I'm with the American Physical Society, a professional organization that has members in 100 countries. First, about Iran, I just wanted to say that Germany has played a big role in nucleating the Sesame light source in the Middle East, which is bringing together partners that don't speak to each other normally: Israel, Iran, Jordan, Egypt, Palestine. So again, big congratulations.
Brief interruption. If there is anybody who has money for Sesame, they're searching for money.
Exactly. Sesame
Bring
is
it over there.
They're always searching
Apologies.
for money, but it's a yes. And the other thing I just wanted to say that I think it's super important to separate governments from science in this, as you were saying. The American Physical Society stands against all boycotts, and frankly, these days, as an American, I really appreciate that myself.
Thank you very much for that statement. So I would like to turn to Walter and then to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Walter Rosenthal. I'm president of the German Rectors Conference with 270 universities, comprising all the public ones and a couple of other ones. So in a way, I would like to speak for the German universities and just mention that we have hundreds of collaborations with colleagues in Israel. There are very tight links, and all the Near East conflicts had as a consequence that we have even more collaborations. And I was several times in Israel, and I think we have a really good exchange. But I see that we do have problems. We have the students, which Max Planck does not have, the undergraduates. So we have a lot of students from the Near East, and we have loud voices that protest against Israel. You all witnessed the demonstrations and the anti-Semitism in the last 2 years or so. But still, I would like to maintain that this is really a minority among the students and also among the teaching staff, the faculty. And I don't know of any single university leadership that supports the boycott. Just the opposite. We are very clear in the HIK that boycott is the wrong way to go, despite all the justified criticism towards the Netanyahu government and what it has been doing so far. So I think we do have to differentiate it. And for me, a very important difference between Germany and Israel is that the science is much more powerful in Israel because you are a high-tech state, as you pointed out. And so you have a lot of influence, much more political influence than we probably have as a scientific community in Germany. The European boycott is a big problem. We have at least 50 boycotting institutions. Also, your rectors' conferences support the boycott. The countries were named already. But we have, I think, a constructive debate also in the European University Association. So I think that we are I have a constructive debate that will probably lead to different points of view also among members of the European University Association. One very last point.
Thank you very much, Walter.
One last point is that from the river to the sea, students were asked, what's the river, what's the sea? More than half didn't know the answer. So I really support what you say.
Spree in the Baltic.
Yes. So I think
Thank you very much, Walter.
We have more information on the history of
Why
Israel.
don't you pass on the microphone over there? Thank you very much for your statement. But Jenny wanted to intervene just briefly.
Just very briefly. I did not mean to question the university leadership of Germany. I am happy you brought up that point. But then to the question of Menachem, how can you help the Israelis and the rest of the European countries? That is, I think, the question, not that Germany stands strong in the level of leadership.
Right. Thank you. It's your turn.
Katrin J. Yuan from the Swiss Future Institute. Very delightful and deep conversation. I liked especially your point. I'm not pro one country, I'm pro science. And I especially like Gabrielle's point with her hackathon. I'm personally deeply impressed by the Falling Walls Science Summit. Involve the youth. We have proven that with 100 science pitches, winners from all over the world. Yes, involve technology, science, and the youth with hackathon as one of many examples. And I would even go one step further. What about we start with the very, very youngest of us, with the kids? It will deeply resonate with the deep values before they grow to adults and build their opinions forever. Yeah, and let's challenge that and use the sleeping potential and breaking down the walls, pulling up the bridges for good. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I heard the kids in my back, but they left. Sorry for that. We do have a voice from Athens.
Okay, this is the voice from Athens. I'm Christina Koulouri. I'm the rector of Pantheon University of Social and Political Sciences, and I'm a historian. So I very much appreciate what you said, because I have two questions, actually. I very much agree that Israel and Germany is a role model for reconciliation for the whole world. This was something that we couldn't imagine that it would happen. So, but reconciliation cannot only be based on rationality, and it cannot only be based on science diplomacy. So my question is, what about education? Have you managed to develop a common narrative of your history? How do you come to terms with the trauma on both sides? So did you change the textbooks? Did you change the curricula? And the second question is this Israeli-German reconciliation a role model also for the reconciliation between Israelis and Palestinians? Thank you.
All right. So what I do now is I collect questions, and I would like to ask everybody now, use 20 seconds. If we do that, most of you will have a chance to ask the question, and then it's our challenge to deal with it. So we've got two. We will get a new one over here.
Well, as there are asked now, there's a place for asking questions only. Now I don't want to introduce myself, so no self-marketing. All right, so if I look for the title here, 60 Years of Israeli-German Science Diplomacy and Falling Walls. What do we have to remember? Falling Walls means actually as well the eastern part of Germany.
Yeah.
So what
you got 20 seconds for a question.
What was actually the German science diplomacy, Israel-German science diplomacy from the East German part of Europe?
Okay.
Is there some tradition of anti-Semitic parts of the socialist ideology from the former National Socialist to the later realistic socialist part?
Important question. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Because it's missed completely.
We've got a question over there.
Yeah, Ulrike Feld, I'm a social scientist, University of Vienna. I would like to broaden the question a bit, and I would also like to plead that we see science as entangled with society. And I want to ask the question, are we okay? CERN was a model, the European High Energy Physics Lab was a model to integrate after the war France and Germany, and the design was made in order to be able to integrate.
So we've got the question CERN.
Now comes the question. CERN has not prolonged the collaboration agreement with Russia. So where do we draw the line that we allow that science interferes with politics, and where do we say science should not interfere with politics?
Thank you. We've got two more questions, one here and one there, and that's it.
Hi. As a young Israeli investigator, I was at Boston for the past 3 years. I'm going to open my own lab at the Weizmann Institute. I just got yesterday a candidate from a Palestinian student who wants to come to the lab. So there is dialogue, and it's within science. But in Boston and even in Europe, I wasn't able to actually have a dialogue with the demonstrators, even though I tried many, many times to form that type of dialogue. And for me, I feel like the history is being rewritten as we speak and might change how the future would look. So I'm asking, how do you change that? Maybe it's a minority, it's very loud. I have been receiving emails that nobody will collaborate with me because I'm going to be in an Israeli institute. So how do you fight that? How do you suggest to do dialogue and fight misinformation, disinformation, and actually build the bridge with those loud voices that are being heard?
Thank you very much. And one last intervention here. I would like to ask you, don't turn off the mics sharp. We will let Patrick reach his airplane, but we run over time for about 3 minutes.
Hi, thank you. My name is Nadav Douani. I'm the CEO of Science Abroad organization that represent 12,500 Israelis, PhDs, and physicians around the globe. One statement, please. It's not a question. You're talking about anti-Semitism. You're talking about boycott. Please remember one thing. This is a Jew hatred, no more than that. When Israelis, when Jews afraid to walk at the academia, speaking Hebrew, taking their kippah out of their head, it's because they're afraid they're not safe in the center, in the area of the universities. Germany, our best friend at the European Union, nearby the Czech Republic, need to lead this fight that will make Jews safe at the universities, safe at the streets, because as my friends here,
As
Shai
important
spoke,
as
said
that
in
statement
Boston,
is,
we are afraid,
20 seconds,
we
please.
afraid to walk and speak Hebrew. We're afraid to recognize ourselves as Jews, and the history, unfortunately, is rising and coming again. Sorry for that.
Thank you. Now, we have 0 seconds left. Menachem, maybe you answer on the last 2 questions. Anti-Semitism being prevalent in many places, how is dialogue possible? How can Israeli scholars do what they want to do?
One dialogue is possible. It is running in our universities as a role model, and we can implement it here with the help of the establishment. We try to be in touch in order to show some of the examples of the laboratories of mutual relations that we developed.
Thank you very much. Patrick, Russia, CERN, Israel.
So the Russia thing always comes up, and it's just an in-allowed comparison for many reasons, not just who attacked whom and so forth, but it's very simple. When the European Union says we don't transfer money to Russia, then the Max Planck Society cannot transfer money to Russia. It's as simple as that. I always encourage our individual researchers, please continue to talk to your Russian colleagues. You cannot transfer money, but the Constitution protects us, and politicians will come back to us and say, oh, now Putin is gone, now the conflict is over. Do you still have contacts to Russia? So please keep those contacts. Also, we are not allowed to transfer money at the time.
Okay, toughest question. German culture of remembrance, textbooks, reconciliation as a role model. Jenny, would you be able to engage in a bilateral dialogue, because we cannot solve that in 10 seconds?
Oh, okay, sure.
Would that be okay?
I just prepared 20 seconds, but I can...
20 seconds now,
20
and 10 seconds on East Germany. You go.
No, on her. What we learn in school is a lot. We learn about the Holocaust, history of anti-Semitism. We do not learn about modern Israel. So I really would like Herrn Rosenthal to do something about that. Question, can it be a role model for Israel-Palestinians? I don't think so. The World War II ended, Holocaust ended, Israel-Palestine have an ongoing conflict. Palestinians are often have constraints by their own society to collaborate with Israelis. So also to mention that. And so not one can draw comparisons, but yeah.
And does your book also reflect upon the East German part of the relationship?
I admit I have a very blind spot concerning East Germany. I'm very sorry. I only deal with West Germany.
All right. So we are not going to solve this. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Thank you for the rush throughout the last questions. A hand of applause for the panelists here.
Thank you. And that
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Dagmar Schuller. I'm the CEO and co-founder of an AI tech startup and also professor for applied AI. And it's my absolute great pleasure to introduce you to a really awesome panel that you're going to experience now with regards to deep tech. Our question is shaping the future of SMEs. What can we do? And I have the pleasure to introduce you to my panelists now. I will start with Professor Helmut Schöneberger. Helmut's passion is deeply rooted in startups and technology transfer as the co-founder and CEO of Unternehmertum at the Technical University of Munich. And this is the Center for Innovation and Business Creation and has been one of their, and still is, and always driving forward, most successful venture labs that we basically have in Germany. Welcome, Helmut.
Danke. Thank you.
Then I would like to welcome Professor Hades Erel. Hades is assistant professor of and head of the social robots group at the Reichmann University's MyLab in Herzliya. And she deeply researches something that is really intriguing, human-machine interaction, especially also exploring the people's social cognitive tendencies when they are interacting with deep tech. So Hades, very, very welcome.
Thank you.
Then right next to Helmut, I may introduce and say hello to Dr. Gunther Wopser. And Gunther is actually representing German Mittelstand as nobody else, because he has a family-owned business with more than 600 people, and he is also in deep tech. He really loves working with startups and innovation. And he's going to tell us predominantly also about the German Mittelstand and the challenges, but also the opportunities that we can tackle with deep tech innovation. Welcome, Gunther. And then I'll also welcome very happily Professor Konstantin Hefner. Konstantin is executive board member, especially for research and transfer at the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft. Additionally, he is chair of the laser technology group at RWTH Aachen, and he has 15 years experience in Silicon Valley and is really deeply knowledgeable about tech transfer. Welcome, Konstantin. So, dear Helmut, the first question to you. TUM is deeply about entrepreneurial spirit and also about technology transfer. We always have the big challenge, we say our fundamental research is really great, but we do not know how do we actually transfer this and get the PS, so to speak, on the road. So what are your experiences and how do you become so successful as you are?
Thanks, Dagmar. So I think it's a question on what you focus. And at TUM, we have now the tradition to really focus not only on research and education, but also on the third mission, entrepreneurship. And it's a real focus. So it's just to give you the numbers. So we have about 500 people only helping our students and researchers to really bring out the innovation, build scalable companies. And it really became a machine. So we do about 25% of all tech companies in Germany. So every week another 2 companies are added. About 40 million of venture capital is pouring into the ecosystem per week. And yeah, it's a huge machine. We found more tech companies like your home country, Austria, for example. So only our institution. And the reason is focus, 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 and really also commit on it. And it's not only like the university guys, but also guys like Gunther. We have many families behind us. So it's Dieter Schwarz, for example, from the Schwarz Group, or Susanne Klatten, the Strüngmann family, also many mid-sized companies, not only the huge companies. And it's a huge innovation ecosystem. We really build the new supply chains, add new companies, but also integrate great existing companies. And this makes it a huge and really strong innovation ecosystem. And just also a word to Heilbronn. So we are also Heilbronn, okay? So TUM is in Heilbronn. It's not only Munich, it's a huge ecosystem. not only southern Germany, but also with many friends in other countries. You will later talk about Silicon Valley, for example, and this is how we play this international game.
Thank you very much. But adding already, you mentioned associations, collaborations, really doing at hand this type of transfer. Gunther, you are from the Heilbronn-Franconia region and you represent the German Mittelstand. You have had a couple of experiences where you even won a very prestigious award recently. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about how you captured deep tech, especially AI, in your company.
Thank you. I do represent the German Mittelstand today, right? Not in total. I would like to talk a bit about the experience I have in my company. I think the sense of urgency is there. Everybody has to do something. It's all a matter how to apply AI to SME and how I like to say German Mittelstand companies. And Helmut gave a great example. I think it's really a lot about partnership. The complexity of the world is infinite. And so what's the answer? Interestingly, you said focus. I have a bit of a different approach. I'm a big supporter of the ambidexterity, you know, using both hands to tackle the issues. So first hand, which is usually your strong hand, you're taking care about the core business. With the other hand, you're exploring new opportunities. Maybe the focus is ambidexterity to sort this out. But I do believe you have to do things both. You have to do two things at the same time. And this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm taking a lot of care about my core business, which has been stagnating the last years. German industry is struggling. But on the same time, I'm exploring new opportunities, applying AI, going for partnerships, such as Unternehmertum, and looking for collaborations also to academia and some peers in my industry.
Lovely, thank you very much. So you were saying core technology and opportunity, both hands, so to speak. Opportunity always drives also changes within a company, and the big portion is acceptance. So Hades, you are very deeply in this acceptance portion, especially when it comes to deep tech translation. Your work is predominantly within robots. So can you tell us a little bit more about how you actually could advise acceptance to be bigger in the translation?
Yeah, I think the first thing we need to think about is humans. Usually when we are thinking about technology, we're super excited about the technology and we're looking at it as if it's like this cool thing, magical thing, let's just bring it on and everything will be better and AI can do such great things and shorten processes. And the people in the loop are just the creatures who need to adapt it. But we do not adapt things so quickly, especially if we have previous experience or a lot of habits. And if we want people to accept the technology, we really need to understand the processes that are required to help them in order to do that. So first, we need to understand that people have strong habits, and we do not lose our habits easily. We really need to make sure that we encourage them, that we give them a way to do that, some perspective on why it's important, but also help them get into the process. And maybe most importantly, we need to think very carefully about the technology that we bring in. And sometimes it's the responsibility of the technology designers to create technology that people will want to use. So you said robots, I'm always happy to talk about robots. We're building these super cool robots, super complex, engineers are investing so much money, but then we end up with robots that nobody wants to use. So we need to understand humans, understand their habits, understand their expectations, then we need to look at the technology, and then we need to build a bridge that will help people move towards the technology, and so that the technology will be appropriate for these humans, and then people will easily adapt technology.
Thank you, Hades. So we heard about what is necessary to adapt technology. Konstantin, you basically, at the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, have a very strong passion for translation. You have spent personally 15 years in Silicon Valley at the forefront of innovation and translation. Could you tell us a little bit more about your experiences with regards to the transfer and where the challenges, but also the opportunities lie?
Sure, yeah. So transfer, you have to make transfer a mission, right? And so, you know, what we do What we do in Fraunhofer is we take the invention to the innovation. Inventions is typically around TRL3 or so, technical readiness level 3. And then we actually walk it through the death, valley of death, to TRL6 or so forth, and then we transfer it into industry. And we do this every day, and you have to think about that the SMEs, you know, the Mittelstand in Germany, they're really the powerhouse of the German industry. And they actually represent really, you know, the prosperity that we've earned in Germany. And so they're worldwide exporting goods and processes and materials and products. And so we support them. And so, you know, if you think about the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, we have an annual budget of about 4.2 billion US dollars. 2/3 of that is earned at the market. So it's competitively earned. So we get about half from industry and then half from pre-competitive funding from government. And so we actually, and we operate about 75 institutes. They're organized sort of like by competence. And they're, you know, regional placed. So we are close to the customer. And so we talk every day to the customer. We understand their needs. We understand what the market needs. And then we help them actually translate that into solutions. And so that is actually an organization, I think, you know, globally, a lot of other countries envy Germany for the Fraunhofer Gesellschaft.
Lovely, thank you very much. Coming back to you, Helmut, you have the fundamental research, but you also are listening very much in the Venture Lab when we're talking especially, for example, about Heilbronn, to what the region is asking you to provide. What is the insight that especially is given to you? What is needed? Where are the fears? But where are also the opportunities that they want to have in collaborating with you?
So I think, first of all, it's all about people. And what's so special, I think, about the Heilbronn ecosystem, that you have great entrepreneurs. And I think the most important one in this case is Dieter Schwarz. So he's really one of the most successful business persons in Europe. And he's not only a super successful entrepreneur, but also a person who loves to really bring forward the country. And I think that's like, that's a huge gift for our ecosystem, for whole of Germany and Europe, to have such people like Dieter Schwarz, who is a role model and then gives back a lot of passion and money to the ecosystem. And I think you all have to come to Heilbronn and see what was built up there in this town. It was not a university town. Now you have this huge campus with all these institutions, and we as TUM are very, very happy also to be one of the largest academic partners. So we have an own school there, teaching innovation, teaching business, teaching computer sciences, and this attracts thousands of students coming into the regions, and then hopefully teaming up with guys like Gunther, not only the Schwarz group, but many of the SMEs in the region, then start to innovate within your companies, but also with the startups which are generated out of the Bildungscampus. And last point, one of the big focus fields, or the biggest one, is artificial intelligence in Heilbronn. And so the strategy is to build up really a cluster around AI. So there's the EPI, and so that's like the epicenter for all these activities. And this is where the SMEs come in and innovate, where the researchers come in, and many of the startups, and then it really becomes a lively ecosystem. And so my picture is that, maybe in 50 years, Heilbronn is the same as what happened in Oxford and in Cambridge, and you will see it works out, because every year great people come into the ecosystem, and they are educated, but they also start to innovate, and then they build up new companies, and then you have this innovation engine coming, and that's our chance. And I think that's also really a role model for Germany, because in Germany, at many places, people think, okay, we all invented everything, now China is better and so on. But there are so many great people here, and it's really up to us to bundle our strengths. And this is what I meant, Gunther, with focus. So focus means not that we have one tool how to innovate, but we focus on innovation, okay, with hundreds of tools.
Yeah. So this really sounds fantastic.
I can add to that. You know, I think you've perfectly described, you know, what this is about. And you asked before, like, what the spirit of Silicon Valley is, right? So Silicon Valley is something where, you know, we have a huge idea pipeline. There's a bunch of really one of the leading universities there. Second, we have a lot of good people there, right? Third, we have a mindset that is risk tolerant, right? And so it's the can-do mentality, and we're lacking that sometimes here. And then that creates all of that together. It creates opportunity, and creating opportunity is important in order to actually have disruptive technology, scale technology, and so forth. And what we need for that, we pair it with venture capital. And so this is something that we were lacking in Germany for a while, the ability to scale. And so this comes together in Heilbronn, where Fraunhofer also operates 8 centers there. And I think it's building a great ecosystem. We have already a bunch of other ecosystems in Germany too. Munich is one of them, or Darmstadt, or Berlin, or so forth, right? And I think we need more of that, because the innovation cycles, they have actually dramatically shortened. And so we have to go the short pathways. We have to link this together. We have to get rid of some of the bureaucracy. We need to actually allow innovation and not hinder innovation. And so that's another reason why we need an innovation law, basically, that allows us more actively bringing innovation into the market.
Well, now we have a lot of solutions already presented. Thank you very much, Konstantin. This really sounds fantastic. Gunther, you are actually in the practice, you are in the field. If you, I mean, Christmas is around. If you could wish for something, what from decreasing bureaucracy or different type of funding options or opportunities would be there where you say, oh, adaptation in the German Mittelstand would be much easier if...
Yeah, I mean, everything which has been said resonates with me. I'm also a big admirer of the Israeli ecosystem, where there's a good setup of state and private funding. We all made our exercise about Silicon Valley and tried to adopt this to Germany. There's a lot of private money in Heilbronn, obviously, but still it's a lighthouse, how this ecosystem can be set up and kind of copied in other regions. There even has been the lighthouse competition in Germany, where you have been the role model, right, for other innovation centers. And this is also something which is not so much common in Germany, where everybody wants to be equal. You know, we have a lot of kind of avoiding differences, but still we need these benchmarks, we need these lighthouses to be successful and just to prove how we should do it. And also fully agree with the strong habits theory. And there was an interesting dialogue outside about family businesses, and everybody loves family businesses, right? Because it's a long-term perspective, it's the next generation, but there's also some issues with family business, because sometimes the generation kind of block each other, right? And the adoption rate of innovation can be a bit limited in family business, so we have to overcome this. And there's a lot of, in Heilbronn, ecosystem, but I see some resistance in SMEs to be part of it, some hindrance. Can I talk to that professor, right? What they want from me, what can I provide? And Christmas is coming up, right? So Santa Claus is around. So I have an idea to overcome this hen and egg issue about data. And I have the idea also that in Germany, maybe we can introduce a data cooperative. And I thought a lot about cooperatives because Heilbronn and Franconia, where I come from, is also a beautiful wine region. And there's winemakers with some grapes, but they're too small to market their wine to others. So what they do, they give it to somebody, which is called a cooperative. And then they do the wine and they sell it, right? So they give something in, get something out, and that's the nature of a cooperative. And I would love that every SME gives in some data and gets some algorithms back. Because just on their own, they're not able to create these algorithms, right? They're helpless. There's a human being comes into place. So if Santa Claus is listening, government-funded data cooperative would be something which is definitely on my wish list.
Oh, that's lovely. We know all cash is king, and your notion about VCs, Konstantin, basically is also, I think, a very important factor. But before we drive back to that, Hadas, you are experiencing this really agile translation on a day-to-day basis, and we just previously talked about that the spirit is a little bit different. Could you elaborate a little bit more about what is necessary to get from the risk averse to the rather not maybe risk embracing, but more balanced adaptation?
Yeah, so maybe I can use my friend's suggestions here and add something. So first, quick iterations. I think this is super important. So short cycles, and which allows for a culture of fast failure. So we want to add failure into the equation. It's going to be okay to fail. And if we're going to have quick iterations and we're not going to just invest a lot of effort into going through one whole full process, then maybe it's okay to fail. And if you fail early, then you can learn from that and then you can improve. And this will help you succeed at the end of the road. But we need to be tolerant towards failures, and we need to expect failures. We want to have failures in the process. And then maybe going back to what Gunther is saying, I think in Israel, we'll have many problems maybe with the government, but it is very supportive of collaborations between industry and academia. And I think bringing everybody together into one room and trying to figure out how to create cool processes together that will push forward a lot of innovation is really making a difference. So you have a company which is really having a very strict way of doing things. Then you have academia with many, many researchers, and sometimes more tolerant for failures and more tolerant for quick iterations. And then this combination, which is supported by government, sometimes works very well and adds up to the process. So I think I would focus on quick iterations, fast failing, and also just encouraging innovation.
And others. So when I'm in Israel, what I really love is the entrepreneurial spirit of your people. And it really starts not only with these academic guys, but if you land at the airport and take a taxi, then already the taxi driver is talking about the new companies in Tel Aviv. And this is entrepreneurial spirit, okay? And vice versa here in Germany. So if we talk about, okay, let's get more innovative, first thing is we say, okay, let's change a law, or let's ask our government to spend more money. But this is not innovation. But innovation, it's people like you who really go the way, and and we need more Gunthers, and that's basically what we need. We need the people who go the extra mile, and it's a lot of work, are super passionate and dedicate their life for innovation, and then we make it.
I'm happy to be an ambassador. Maybe I would like to see the female version of myself for the future. No, but I mean, I know many entrepreneurs who are passionate, who want to do something, but they're a bit helpless, right? So I can cope with it. I have failures myself, you know.
Exactly.
But still, under the balance, it's okay. But for somehow, we as institutions, and it's not just universities, it's also like Unternehmertum or Fraunhofer. I'm really looking for like a concept. You made this wish list with Santa Claus to make it a bit more entertaining, but I'm really serious. It goes beyond buildings, it goes beyond people. I'm really looking for concepts. I really believe ambidexterity is like the key to life. Honestly, I think you have to do both. It's not as comfortable as it used to be, where we just did once. We manufactured machinery and sent it to the world, right? We manufactured car and everybody wanted to drive one. This is the past. We have to look for the future. right? And so ambidexterity also in the way of failure. I mean, I'm really struggling a bit with that word because I know it's necessary to innovate, but nobody wants to fail. So again, it's ambidexterity. It's failure, but in a very defined concept, right? This is ambidextrous. It's contradictory. It's a paradox. So I believe we have to work in paradoxes, and all together, as an ecosystem, we have to find new ways to innovate, which goes a bit beyond the individual human being, having open innovation, orchestrating innovation together.
But maybe we should not be so afraid of the word failure. It's okay to fail. This is maybe more of a cultural, like business cultural aspect. You need to let people know that it's okay to fail. And as long as they learn from this failure, then it's absolutely fine. And it's okay to have this word, let's fail. I think this is something that we all think about very deeply, at least when we're talking about innovation. Fail, try to fail fast, and then learn from it, and then you'll succeed.
And just to give you an example from TUM, so with failures, so we have one program, it's called TUM Entrepreneurial Masterclass, and so the university boards helps 100 master students per year to write their master thesis about their startup. 100 people, and about 30 start a new company. So it's like twice as many companies as Fraunhofer or Max Planck is founding per year. Okay, only just to give you the dimension, only to give 100 master students the chance. Okay, and you could also say 70 failed, but they had a great learning experience and they are now better educated. And I think it's also how we perceive failure, okay? So in my ecosystem, everybody's a winner.
I absolutely agree.
Failure is a great topic because what Konstantin mentioned before, it's a lot about money and venture capitalism, and venture capitalists don't like failure that much, especially not if they are in Europe, because the risk averseness is still quite imminent in our financing space. So Konstantin, you mentioned it before. What would be your suggestions to change that, especially when we look at the necessity of positive failure?
So I think fast failure is very important, and every one of us who conduct research, does that every day, trial and error, right? And we want to do informed trial, right? So that's very important. So when we fail, we understand why we failed. So then the second thing is, I said we need an innovation freedom law, right? And why is that? Well, we need, first of all, I think you mentioned now, we need sandboxes where we can act without too many rules, where we have not as many governing laws, where we can fail fast. Laws are on the other side important because they provide a structure and they provide the assurance that an investment and a VC investment will actually provide a return of investment because the framework doesn't change and the rule set doesn't change. So that is something that is important, and we see, how the rule sets are eroding right now in the U.S., for example, and that provides, a lot of risk about the future. And so this is something. It's important to have a set of rules that that stand and they're reliable. But on the other side, when we invest when in Germany, when, for example, the Zuwendungsgeber invest, they need to be fault tolerant. They need to understand that, yes, we will fail, and we will have not at the beginning, already when we write the Antrag, the answer that will come out after 3 years. And so this is very, very important that we actually allow fast failure. We have to allow that we actually change path, when we go through this, and then when we stop things when they don't deliver promising results. And then the other thing is, I talked about the sandbox. One of the things is by German laws is research is actually something that is societal beneficial, gemeinnützig, right? Transfer is not. So that means, for example, we have different tax structures. We cannot basically choose or give special conditions to startups that spin out of Fraunhofer, for example. We also have limitations in giving them access to our infrastructure. So that needs, or do small-scale production on infrastructure that we have. Those are the things that we really have to open up in order to actually move faster. And I said this before, we need the short pathways to our SMEs and to any corporations and startups that are out there.
The short pathway. The short pathway is also a good point. Short pathways sometimes come around synergies. So Helmut, synergetic effects and really getting them out from one project to the other, this is also something I think that at TUM, within the collaborations, is very lively. Would you tell us a little bit more about that?
So how we play the game is to really build a perfect sandbox, a paradise for innovators. And so on one side, TUM is a state university like every other state universities with all the limitations, but also with all the great infrastructure we have and all the resources. So we have 10,000 employees, we have 50,000 students, we have 1 billion of budget, which is serious money. So everybody of you gives us a lot of money so we can do research and education. But then we also have in our playbox the innovation tools, okay? And how we play it is that we bring in industry. So we have all these industry partners who are also paying for it. So all the budget is not coming from government, but from industry. And so there are no strings attached. So, for example, Susanne Klatten and Dieter Schwarz, they only want us to be entrepreneurial successful, okay? This is the only obligation we have is to really pump out the great teams, okay? And then everything is fine. And so what we do is then combine like the public part of the playground with the private part of it. And so it's called TUM Venture Labs, where on one side our schools are deeply engaged with all the research guys, and then the business people from Unternehmertum from the private side. And this is how we play this game. And if you look at the rankings, so Munich is now under the top 10 innovation hubs of the world. It's even in the official rankings even before Tel Aviv, okay? And I really envy what you are doing, but I want also mention, I'm also living in Germany. Munich is also Germany, okay? You can do this.
Bavaria, to be specific.
Yeah. But still,
Bavaria is part of Germany.
It is, but we stick also to the rules, and you can do this in our country.
Yeah.
And my main point is the main restrictions are not in our laws, but in our heads.
I like that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Helmut, for this inspiring comment. Coming back to the main restrictions, just one short question also to Gunther again. If we're looking at the Bitkom studies, we're looking at the Chamber of Commerce studies, there is still a lot of resistance into adapting deep tech, especially in the SMEs and in the German Mittelstand. What is your most pressuring point?
Wow, I mean, I'm a good adapter, so I have maybe some ideas. What is interesting, though, the adoption rate. I mean, Gen AI is quite okay, but the adoption rate of AI in general is relatively low. And there has been an interesting study about TU Munich, about my home region. Even so, companies are struggling. They try to do it on their own. It's kind of interesting, right? So my first attempt would be to collaborate, to exchange with peers, to look for institutions that can support you, Applied AI, EPI, Fraunhofer, everybody who is around. That's very important. And I'm also personally a big fan of open innovation, right? To partner up with others, to struggle all the issues we have. And Gen AI, I mean, There are some commercial applications available. We won this award because we were the first customer for a Munich startup, Select Code, to introduce, I would say, a curated suite of AI applications, which makes it easy for everybody to adopt. That would be something which I can recommend to any SME, to look for a commercial product available, curating, getting all security done. Number one question of Germany is immer, what about safety? What about data security, right? We have to overcome this hurdle. I even had the idea, can I share with the panel, just to eliminate the word failure. Honestly, failure doesn't resonate with SME and Mittelstand. Maybe we should just label it as a learning experience.
Okay.
I mean, it's like the same thing, right?
Absolutely.
But it sounds much more attractive to me because it's a learning experience, right? Try and error, but in the long run, right, you will be more successful. So that's another, sometimes the language changes things, right? So this could be another recommendation. And to conclude, I know Helmut likes to hear that. I would recommend everybody to cooperate with startups, right? And there's so many, even not just in Munich, everywhere, right? We're in Berlin. That's also a hub. You're kind of struggling with
Hamburg.
Hamburg, yeah. Even in my home area, there's 1 or 2 startups. It's a very rural area, but if you watch out, you find them and you team up with them, and together you're strong, right? Sometimes you get 30 years of university research just by cooperating with a startup, right? And this is fantastic because I cannot afford that research. I fund it. But I'm very interested to get it via the vehicle of a startup. So this would be my third hint, how to apply AI to SMEs.
Absolutely great input. Thank you very much, Gunther. And what I can also say, and one of my learnings at my company was, in Germany, you usually start always sometimes explaining what you do. You don't tackle why you do it. But the why, I think, Haras, and this is directly to you, is something that triggers especially the limbic system. Maybe when we're talking about, and Gunther made a really great example with learning experience, how can we tackle the why a little bit better, why people or why the invention should be applied, and ideally make something people want and what they are not, and what they are willing to pay for. So how do we do the why?
Maybe first, I'll say that I totally agree with the learning experience, and go back maybe to the earlier question about why people do not adopt a new technology. And I think one of the main reasons is anxiety. People are just afraid. So if you frame it as a learning experience and learning is allowed and people can have a learning process and they're not supposed to just magically adapt the technology, that could be a very perfect framing for integrating technology into new businesses. So that's the first thing. And if we're looking at that from the other direction and trying to look at the products of innovation, I love the sandbox and innovation and supporting everything, but I think one piece is missing, and that's the users, the people who are supposed to use the technology. So let's say I have a new idea for innovation, super cool idea. Immediately I fall in love with this idea, and then I start running towards making it happen with some accelerators or any support that I get funding from industry, funding from the university. But maybe this is something that I find very cool, but the users are not going to really like it. So I think you should bring in the users as early as possible, even if you have like very low fidelity prototypes, or even just to test the idea. And even earlier, sometimes you think that there's a problem, but really there is no problem. And then you are building a whole new product that is not really necessary. So I would just go 100 steps back. First, you have a good idea. Probably it is a good idea. Go and talk to the relevant people. See if they also think that it's a good idea. Then start moving with the quick iterations. And don't fall in love. It's very difficult because it's your own idea. But let the people in, show them what you think, and then listen to them openly. Do not feel bad when they disagree with you about the greatness of your idea. Listen to them, and then maybe you can adjust it, and eventually you'll come up with the product that everybody wants.
Super valuable input. Thank you, Hades. Last question before we go into the audience. Konstantin, the why, Hades explained it so nicely. Fraunhofer is very strong on innovation and engineering. So how do you tackle the why?
That's exactly how she said. We are customer oriented. Our customers are businesses, small, medium-sized enterprises, large enterprises, and startups. We work with all of them, and so we have to understand what the problem is. So there's a lot of like consulting, talking, understanding, access to infrastructures that are too large, for example, for a small business to operate, and so forth. We talk about AI. Some of the models are, cannot be afforded or keep the data actually in a secure space or in a sandbox and so forth. And that's where we come into play. We provide, these infrastructures. We provide the knowledge how to use it, and then, find and identify the solution that is targeted to the problem, right? Because, as you said before, failure is a non-acceptable word in that sense. So I like it, to actually fail fast or learn quickly. And I think that's very, very important. And we do this with the customer together.
Lovely. So thank you very much. The audience, now it's your turn. Do you have any questions for the panel? Yes, please stand up. Do you receive maybe a short introduction?
Jörg Hefer, founder of a small startup, just 3 months old, shifting gears a little. Okay, so fast forward. Let's assume for a second that all what we heard about the 3 last days, from fundamental research over research into kind of, let's say, piloting stuff, scaling up. Most of the SMEs in Germany are located in mid-sized cities, which are really places where you can afford still to do the business. But they don't have universities, they don't have the infrastructure. Which role do you see for mid-sized cities in Germany to connect kind of, let's say, what we do in science and what we want to do with small to medium enterprises coming out of the universities and then being again rooted in Germany?
So maybe I start. First of all, congratulations that you started your own company. This is super. And so I was raised in Regensburg, okay, and this is like 100 kilometers away from Munich. And so how the Bavarians think, okay, this is Regensburg, this is Landshut, this is Munich, this is Augsburg, and it's not one ecosystem. Okay? If you go to Silicon Valley is huge, okay? It's bigger than the whole of Bavaria from the size, okay? And so I would say, so for the Regensburg people, it's a 40-minute drive to go to Unternehmertum, vice versa. So it's the same ecosystem, and I think this is what we have to see, not only sit at our sofas and stay in our small villages, but we can travel. And so as Munich people, we also go for skiing each weekend, drive like 90 minutes. Let's do this also for business.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. I think there's also a responsibility of entrepreneurs. Manfred Wittenstein is here. He's also coming from my area. He's done a lot to foster innovation in the area. I have created my own company, Future Labs, which is a beneficial company, gemeinnützig, and also to find places in rural areas, in mid-sized cities, where people can also come together. We know it's both. It's like looking on the internet and reading research, but it's also meeting people. Like Steve Blank, get out of the building. It's also like not to forget the user, right? We're really here in a bubble here. Everybody likes each other, drinking coffee, but the real issues are out of here. So we really have to get out. And as entrepreneurs, we do have a responsibility to orchestrate also communities by incubating new ideas and setting up institutions within the areas.
Very, very nice. We have a question in the back here.
Yeah, that follows nicely on from that. Hi, good morning. Thanks for a great panel. Jörg Nievener, my name, Technical University of Munich. I like the kind of move fast and break things spirit. Of course, we've done that for 20 years, and what we've broken was democracy, rule of law, social coherence, right? So there's a downside to this. So what I was wondering about, we've heard a lot about users, customers, people, and ecosystems, but of course we're doing the whole thing for society, right? And TUM, as you know, is moving towards society-centered research and innovation. So So I'd like you to talk a little bit about how we harness kind of the social and moral innovative potential of society in all its diversity, and how we harness kind of the diversity and bring in more diversity in these kinds of ecosystems, because cloning Gunther is fantastic, but of course, ideally, there would be a little bit more diversity in there, which we know is one of the great drivers of creativity, and you haven't really focused on that, so I wondered whether you could talk a little about it.
Great point.
Yes.
So I think this is exactly why we need laws. We need laws, we need norms, and we need standards that you can adhere to, and that's very, very important. Unfortunately, the way we often approach things in Europe is through the legal way, and it's not actually connected to the customer anymore. And that's where we broke the link, and that's where we have to get better. We have to really, think about like what the customer, what the companies need, what the startups need. There's a reason why the startup is probably not in Munich, and we heard it. It's maybe too expensive, right? Or your customers are there. Right? So I'll give you my card afterwards, and we can connect you to one of our Fraunhofer institutes, which is probably closer. So anyway, so I think this is a very important question. But what we need to do is we need to be more pragmatic, and we need to really learn from the customer. We need to work with society, and we have to work with our industry in order to inform the legal system and then not break it. And then that provides the reliability that also venture capital is seeking to get a return of investment in the future.
Maybe I can add something to that, and also relates to the previous question. I think academia, we have more freedom. Okay, and in many cases, we do see more diversity. And the field that I come from, human-computer interaction, it has grown into creating conferences that combine both industry and academia very closely. So you have people from academia that work a lot with industry, and also people from industry who do research. And these sometimes just having a conference once in a while in a specific area that is open for everybody can really make a change, because it opens new directions of thinking. It shows how diversity can really contribute to the way we think, because sometimes we are so narrow-minded, and it also opens a lot of opportunities to people who do not usually participate. So these combinations of industry, academia, and just having cool conferences like this, and maybe sometimes smaller, are a great opportunity.
And I think our biggest leverage are our students. And just to give you again the numbers, so TUM has 50,000 students, and every year 15,000 new come into our ecosystem. And now we bring them on the innovation path, we bring them on the entrepreneurship path, and they go out there, build the companies, and it's a huge force. So every year 15,000 people. This means in 10 years 150,000 people. Munich has 1.5 million people, so this is 10% of Munich. And this is what we experience now after 20 years of operations, that we really changed the whole city, because all our students also have sisters and brothers. They have aunts and uncles and moms and grandmoms, and it really this is really changing, I think, our ecosystem. And this is why we also at TUM so committed to great education, innovative education.
Thank you very much. The very last question before we wrap up.
Yeah, Andreas Pönsken, I'm partner of a small investment boutique in Switzerland. I'm asking a very hypothetical question, nothing to do with reality, and understanding that I'm from Switzerland, I don't understand anything about it. Just imagine yourself, you're heading a German state, and you discover in your state as minister president that you do have a couple of universities with a bit of international reputation, a bit of international leading science, some leading on a European level, but there's virtually very little transfer happening. So the value generation doesn't happen. And then you look at TUM, and you think, I would love to have 10% or 20% of TUM in my state. What are the three things with which I should start as minister president?
Emphasize on it and support people like Dorothea. Dorothea is from the Herzstift Foundation, and so the Herz Foundation is now building up a huge startup factory in Hamburg with impossible founders and team up. So Mr. Tschentscher, that's the mayor of Hamburg, he's super supportive, and team up with Dorothea and Easy and Daisy and all these great institutions in Hamburg and make it happen. So I think that's it. Really focus on it and team up with people like Dorothea.
Thank you very much. So we are at the end of our panel. I'd like to thank you all, Helmut, Gunther, Hadas, Konstantin. I'd like to thank the audience very much. Our key takeaways are especially, there is no failure. We have from now on only learning experiences. And we also have a very, very great ecosystem, and it's not do it, but make it happen through collaborations, through working together, through exchanges, and constantly learning. Thank you very much.
All right, I think it's a good time to start. Welcome to our panel. Our topic today is evidence and public discourse, academia's role in democracy. No smaller than that, but it's difficult enough as a topic. And I'm very, very lucky to be joined by an esteemed circle of panelists that I will introduce to you shortly. Maybe just a quick introduction. My name is Silke Mühlherr. I'm the co-CEO of the Alfred Landecker Foundation. Our mission is to strengthen democracy, remember the Holocaust, and combat group-based hatred with a special focus on anti-Semitism. And why have we thought that this topic would be a relevant one for today? It probably needs not much explaining, but we figured that in times when liberal democracies are under pressure, both from within and externally, it's imperative to know what you're up against, what past developments have shaped the situation we are in, and which scenarios might occur in the future that we need to prepare for. So we figured a clear case for evidence-based decision-making and a clear mission for scientists and academics, one might think. But what we see is something different. Scientists and their methods are under attack increasingly. Their findings questioned, their methods questioned. Yes, facts themselves are increasingly being disputed, replaced by opinions and gut feelings. And that makes the real wiggle room for us all a bit smaller, we think. And so the question is, how can science maintain or humbly regain its credibility, its relevance or effectiveness in democratic decision-making? And before I introduce the panelists, by a quick show of hands, who in this room belongs to the world of academia, science, researchers? Wow, okay, that's a clear majority. Is there anyone, politician, public ministries? 3. Media, journalism, communication. Welcome, everyone. This is just to get a feeling of the room, how these groups intersect. So, allow me to introduce our speakers. Please welcome Sudha David-Wilp. She is Vice President of External Relations and Senior Fellow at the German Marshall Fund. Sudha leads the GMF's work in government relations, leadership development, and strategic convening. She's widely recognized as an expert on German-American relations and the transatlantic partnership that needs more explaining by the day, it seems. You can hear and listen to Sudha on many different media formats. Also with us today is Fabian Klose. He holds the chair of International History and Peace and Conflict Studies at the University of Cologne. His research focuses on the history of decolonization, international humanitarian law, human rights, and humanitarianism in the 19th and 20th century. And he's also the director of the newly funded Cologne Center for Advanced Studies in International History and Law. Welcome. And so we've got a US perspective, a German perspective, and we're also joined by a UK perspective, which I think is very important in times when the European Union doesn't exactly know where they're going. And so it's a bit of an outsider view, but an informer insider view. So we're lucky to have you. Andrew Thompson, he's Professor of Global and Imperial History and a Professorial Fellow at Nuffield College in Oxford. He co-directs the Oxford Center for Global History and serves as Associate Head of the Humanities Division for Research. You've got an upcoming book, Andrew, Humanitarianism on Trial, and I think that's very timely, and I'm really looking forward to reading it. It will be published by Oxford University Press, and it examines how global systems of aid, development, and human rights took shape at the end of the empire, and certainly how these developments inform the world we live in today. And we're excited to announce that Fabian and Andrew are actually launching a new research project together with a focus on the history of global governance and human security in the long 90s, an era that in a way seems long gone, but has got implications until today. So we're really looking forward to this coming into effect. So without further ado, let's start with the panel. And just for everyone, we will open up this panel in about 20 minutes time, so get yourselves ready. If there are any questions you want to ask, you will have the opportunity to do so. We wanted to open this by exploring the question, what actually is the role of science in public and political decision making? Because, I mean, there might be a lot of people who would argue none. There is no role. Because, I mean, it's become a very fine line between activism and science. And so I would love to explore this question. Sudha, with you first. Why should science have a public voice in democracy at all? And where do you see its legitimate limits?
So, Silke, thank you so much for the invitation today. It's a pleasure to be here with the Falling Walls Summit. And thank you to the Landecker Foundation. Great to also speak with Andrew and Fabian. So I am not affiliated with a university like my co-panelists, but I do work for a think tank. And, you know, I think this is also a category of organizations that has fallen prey to the backlash, popular backlash, both in Europe and the United States. And the work that we do, whether it's transatlantic security, or prosperity, innovation, how can Europe and the United States work together to continue the economic growth that we've had over the last 8 decades, that all has to have democracy as an underlying sort of foundation for it. And I think a functioning democracy needs facts, needs science, because we as a think tank, we are experts, we write on these issues, but we also need to inform policymakers so that they, with their counterparts in Europe, can make decisions that help in furthering collective security, help in furthering growth in a time of tremendous changes. So I think this is why it's so important that experts, academics, are realized as a important segment for functioning democracies, or resource for functioning democracies.
So that was answering the first part of my question. What about the second one? Where do you see its limits in consulting as a researcher, as an expert?
So I think what's happened is perhaps the information that we've given and the decisions that policymakers have taken has not necessarily shown that democracy is working. And this is why we find ourselves in this moment where established parties are struggling to become relevant or stay relevant. You see this in the US, but you also see it in Europe. I think Germany, too, is seeing a lot of political fragmentation. And I also work for a think tank that's nonpartisan, but it's very hard in today's age in the United States to be considered nonpartisan. You're always, seen as taking a side. And I think it's also incumbent upon these institutions to regain trust, to show that we're here for larger goals and not necessarily for a party or political persuasion.
Thank you very much. Fabian, the role of academia, science research in consulting politicians or informing the public debate. What are the opportunities and what are the limits?
Yeah, thank you very much for your introduction and for inviting me. I'm delighted to be here, and I just can join Sudha's perspective that I think in a time of crisis and pressure on liberal democracies, it's really important that we have academia playing a role in not only communicating, but also doing research. I think that the production and the dissemination of knowledge in an age of fake news, growing fake news, is fundamental for us, that we have this thorough research based for the dissemination and production of knowledge. And I would say it's not only that we are speaking, I mean, if you're talking to whom we are speaking, I think it's not only political decision makers we should speak, like on an elitist level. I mean, first of all, I'm speaking to my students, right? And they are also part of democracy, they are part of society. So I speak to my students in my lectures, I speak to the academic community in history. And then I think we should, as academics, we should move beyond the ivory tower. I mean, we should not remain in the ivory tower, but we should speak beyond the ivory tower and reach out to society, because this is how we can fulfill our role in society and defend liberal and democratic values. And this leads me to your second question, where are the limits? I think there is a very thin line between academia discourse and becoming activists. So I think there is always the risk, if you're leaving the idea of really talking about on the base of thorough research, there's a thin line that you just can become an activist and leaving this space. And I think there is also a danger on the limit to our role as academics.
Can you make this a bit more concrete for us? Sorry if I'm torturing you here, but in your field, history. Not letting you slip away that easily, maybe.
No, you're not torturing, but if you're coming from I mean, if I think about the German debate, for example, there's so often, I have the feeling that history is everywhere. Everyone is talking about history, but actually no one knows about history. And this is something where it gets problematic. I mean, you should do first research, you should get knowledge, you should produce and disseminate knowledge, but not just taking history as bits and pieces to instrumentalize history. And I think this is, if I think about the German debate, about the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine. I mean, if you think about the public debate, this was very often the case that people were using history to making arguments and not really looking at the facts and historical research. So that I think there's the danger that people are becoming activists for things.
Thank you. Andrew, what is your perspective? Activism, introducing facts, and also responsibility of a researcher?
Look, I mean, I think, we are, as other two panelists have already said, and you've implied, we are living in a particular moment. I'm not convinced as a historian, the unprecedented word is always difficult for us.
It's all new, isn't it?
But we are living in a particular moment, even if it's not the first time we've lived in it. And what strikes me is that it means that universities, science, academia now have a dual role. And it's perhaps easier for us to go to the second thing that I'm going to mention in a minute than it is the first. But the first is that we are an integral part of the fabric of civil society. And if you accept that, that means as a corollary that we have a responsibility, if not an obligation, to practice ourselves and not just to preach liberal democratic values. Free speech is an easy thing to say. It's often a harder thing to live up to. And it's hard to live up to when it requires us to listen respectfully to views that we strongly disagree with and might even at times offend us. But in the academy, there's an obligation on us at this particular moment for all views to be heard. Silencing people through no platforming or shouting at each other rather than engaging in measured debate is not going to help our universities to perform that role. It's going to degrade it. So I think, the first thing to say is we need to look inwards on ourselves. Now then, as the question implies, I think we've got a huge amount to contribute looking outwards to society, to help society understand the true value of liberal democratic institutions to inclusive, flourishing, thriving societies, and to help societies understand what happens when they come under attack. How do we make them accountable? How do we defend them? How do we reform them in an age of extraordinary technological change, geopolitical upheaval, growing environmental pressures? So yes, we should be looking outwards, but actually to look inwards at this particular moment isn't an act of navel gazing. It's an acknowledgement that we have a responsibility, a locus and an agency to make sure that we are practicing the very values that we want to see wider civil society and government embrace.
You're mentioning a really important point, academic rigor, academic standards in listening to each other, fighting and controversies being not a negative thing as such, but maybe a means to get through the thick of things. But I mean, what we've seen in various crises, be it COVID, be it ongoing wars, that science has become instrumentalized or scientists have become activists. Because it feels like there's no shortage of opinions that are spread out there, But I guess for a wider public, it sometimes is really hard to acknowledge and know what is a majority opinion, what is a minority opinion. So, you know, if every voice is being heard, for non-experts, it's hard to judge. And certainly media has got a role, politicians have a role in this, but it feels also in the reliability of facts, it's also, it's hard to convey the legitimacy or the relevance of facts. Is that something that resonates with you, something that you have to deal with in your everyday work? Whoever wants to answer.
Yeah, maybe, you know, I think I have a problem with opinion. I can have an opinion of everything. I mean, I can have an opinion that the weather is nice now, but it's not for others.
You'd be pretty alone, I think. But
yeah, but
depending where you come from, Andrew, is this nice weather for you as a Brit?
Well, our benchmarks aren't high in the UK, so I'm perhaps not the person to answer that.
So I think it's not about opinions, and this is what I tell my students. I mean, you can have an opinion, we can talk about it, but if it's coming to research, I mean, there are standards as academics, and we should keep the standards. And also the standards are under attack, right? I mean, from various sides. So we should really defend these standards, like critical reading, critical thinking, critical writing, critical discussing, as Andrew said. I mean, this is science. This is the core of science that we are discussing. I'm a little bit, you know, I don't like the word opinion, because I can have an opinion of everything. And I'm always very cautious when someone in the seminar said, I have an opinion. Wow, yeah, okay, great. But where's your proof? I mean, have you read the sources? Have you developed an argument on the basis of your research and on the sources? So this would be my short answer to the opinion question or the opinion comment.
Is, Andrew, in today's attention economy, you know, where everyone is enraged and unnerved easily, is these like scientific standards and the differentiation between a fact that you can prove and an opinion that you might develop in your gut, is that something that is communicated easily outside the ivory tower? I'm calling you ivory tower is probably also a frame that you know, has been instrumentalized in an anti-elitist movement. But is that something that you feel we can actually expect an audience to get onto?
Look, we just, you know, all lived through in recent memory a massive stress test of the science system. It was called the COVID-19 pandemic. In my own country, I used to be the head for 6 years of a government funding agency, and two of my former colleagues sort of nightly flanked on TV, either the Prime Minister or the Health Secretary. And, you know, I felt ambivalent about that. On the one hand, there's a real danger of science as objective, impartial fact being politicized. But on the other hand, we have not wanted to see science at the center of those debates. So, you know, I think that, you know, in broad terms, did the scientists always get it right? In this country, the UK, the US in COVID, probably not. But did the system stand up pretty well to scrutiny? I think it did. And we certainly didn't think, you know, at the beginning of the COVID crisis that we were going to get through it nearly as quickly as we actually did. But I do think that academia has a responsibility to speak truth to power. Now, you need to speak to power in the way that you think power is more rather than less likely to listen. And I think you have to accept that power sometimes will not listen. But that should not stop you speaking the truth. The moment we stop speaking the truth, I don't quite know what we're here for as universities.
Speaking the truth to powerful people is probably something that, I don't know, lies at the heart of GMF's work. What are your experiences with that?
So, you know, I just want to kind of go back to what Andrew said. I think and COVID-19 is a good example, because I do believe, you know, scientists were trying to be arbiters of information in a time of unprecedented time, at least in our lifetimes. But universities, at least in the United States, and I know things happen in the United States kind of first and drifts over to Europe, have been caught up in the culture wars, and institutions, elite institutions in the United States, are seen as being predominant, or were being seen as predominantly center-left. And of course, who were the people that were hurt most during COVID-19? It was the small businesses, the working class people. So there seemed to be an element of not necessarily having connection with what it was doing to people's everyday lives. And this, of course, helps populists in general because they push back against these universities that are seen as liberal bastions, that are seen to be actors helping civil society, helping the greater good. And there was a pendulum swing in the United States. Andrew also referenced about the whole, the notion of not allowing speakers to have free debate, not inviting certain people to certain universities because of what he or she stood for. And this, I think, was an issue, especially when you have millions and millions of taxpayer money intertwined with these institutions for basic research, which of course is the innovation backbone for the United States economy, but also leads to kind of an administrative state in the university system all across the United States. And people wonder, where are my taxpayer dollars going to?
I mean, you're touching on probably a crisis that lies at the heart of things. It's a crisis of trust in science, in institutions, and I sometimes wonder whether that is more a challenge of communication, how things are being perceived, or is it a contestation of power and access and resources, something that you were hinted at. Is that something that you, Andrew, Fabian, have opinions on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
or even facts that you can prove?
Facts. I think that if you all agree on the fact that academia is playing a crucial role for our democratic society, I think it's not the best idea to cut budgets for universities. This is happening right now in Germany, all over the place. So I think that we have to invest in academia and not cut budgets. So that's a perspective of a German university professor. And we can have a discussion about this. But I mean, going back to the question, I think that it's both ways. I think that we as academics, to be honest, we are not always the best communicator. Because if a journalist wants to get a quick information, we have a lot of sentences and we would like to have footnotes on it, and it's complicated. So I think we as academics have to get some training to bring complex topics or subjects to the broader public. But at the same time, I expect also journalists and political decision makers to listen to us. And this is what Andrew just said. I mean, it's both ways. I mean, we have to offer it. We have to reach out and get engaged without losing our scientific basis to the broader public. But then also political decision makers have to listen to us. And so it's both ways, I would say.
Supply, demand, so what do you say, Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, my Oxford College that you mentioned, Nuffield College, is a graduate social science college. Please don't tell them I'm a historian, as I might not be able to go back into my... but we had our endowment in 1937 from one of the country's most generous philanthropists, Lord Nuffield. And in 1937, he wrote into our college's charter, I mean, boy, this was precedent, that you have a responsibility to build cooperation and dialogue between the academic and non-academic worlds. What an extraordinary thing to put in an educational charter. And we do.
At that time.
At that time. And that communication, and ever since then, decade by decade, we've tried to engage in high-level public policy debate, for a long time UK-focused, now trying to broaden out more internationally. So I accept all of that. But I think I would want to go on and say another thing. Now, I am fed up of us thinking that we need to apologize for ourselves as universities. We do not. And if politicians of whatever political background, from the left or the right, want to wage war on our institutions, want to attack them, want to undermine them, want to starve them of funding that they need to do the research that they're going to do, they should be careful what they wish for, because these institutions have been a long time in the making, but they'll be a lot quicker to damage, if not destroy, if we're not careful. And then getting back what you have now will take a long time. So I think there's a slight sense at the moment is I don't want to be on the back foot in these debates trying to apologize or be defensive. I want to get on the front foot of these debates and assert our value in liberal democratic societies and hold our politicians of whatever political stripe to account for supporting us and, to do the things that we need to do and making us accountable in the doing of them.
So how can scientists, researchers, think tankers remain credible and relevant in a time that is, framed by hypermorality and is very attention-driven? Because, what is the impact that you can actually promise and that you have to offer to make the pitch that you actually argued for?
So I think it is really difficult, and I agree with Andrew because, politicians are instrumentalizing the situation. I think there should be a reckoning, and I think that is happening in the United States about, what was the role of campuses, after October 7th, after, and before that, all the culture wars that were happening, and what did that do to the image of universities. But at the same time, you don't want governments dictating academic freedom is precious, right? This is what is important for all our societies. You want free thinking in order to flourish. So I think it's a matter of universities, and I see it in the United States right now with university presidents trying to find the line about, making sure that academic freedom is not trampled upon, but also needing the research from governments in order to do good work. And there's plenty of state universities that also receive money from the federal government that benefit farmers, or how do we do better on the factory floor? And this is helping people that are not necessarily the coastal elites. And I think it's not necessarily the academics that need to do that, but I think it is up to the university presidents or administrators to show how academia or how universities are helping the economic landscape, and also obviously the innovation economy that's both in Europe and the United States. That's what I would do, and we need policymakers to also be that bridge to explain to voters why it's important that this university has created so many jobs. I think that's you could probably talk about Oxford and Cambridge and the whole research triangle that's emerging there, and you have many instances of that in the United States, and of course in Munich with TUM. There are lots of spillover effects for academic institutions, and I think policymakers need to be equipped with that information.
But isn't that also a question of certain areas in academia? Just a question, because if you talk about economy and innovation, probably people are more inclined to see and recognize the impact research can have. But I feel like in the humanities and the social science, it might be a bit of a different story, but that is just an assumption. The proof of output legitimacy, the proof of impact, and the attacks seem to be a lot more ferocious than in the area you just described. Well, but I would like to hear whether
I'd like these gentlemen should weigh in, but I would think that a university is a laboratory for open thinking, and I think you need both sides of the brain in a university to establish that kind of environment. So fine, the money you may have the business case studies from the STEM field, but I would think academics like to have an open environment. In a university, you need to be holistic in that approach.
Yeah, and as Andrew said, we will not apologize for coming from the humanities. And what is the impact? You can have it in science where then a company, a startup is coming out of this. But if I have my students, I would say 75, 80% of my students are becoming teachers. Impact? Yes. If they have a good education at my university and they're going to schools and teach, what bigger impact do you expect for democratic society? Mm-hmm. So I think as coming from the humanities or being a historian, there's very often a very wrong picture that we as historians, we're just dealing with the past. Yeah, we're dealing with the past, but not because we like the past so much. because we want to draw lessons for the present and maybe also for the future. So, I mean, can you value these impacts in companies, startups? No, you can't. But this does not mean that the humanities don't have any values. I would argue that the value for democratic society is very much so in the humanities, and I would say I'm not apologizing for being a historian, I'm not apologizing for coming from the humanities. I would like to ask to be more self-confident about what we are doing and what is our impact for society, especially in times where you actually have to explain so many crises around the world. I mean, we are the experts and we can do this. I mean, not me, but all other colleagues they can do it. I mean, together we can do it.
Don't hold back. If this might be a perception issue and a communication issue, are traditional policy papers, academic reports still effective tools to influence public debates, or do we need new formats that actually cater for this new, information ecosystem that might have not the bandwidth to absorb all the differentiations that you are able to make, luckily? Andrew?
Well, look, I mean, I would sort of row back a little bit from that before thinking about sort of modes of engagement to good principles of engaging. My own college, for several years, we've run a project on the past, present and future of international organizations. That's now morphed into a Nuffield Humanitarian Forum, which two of our former development ministers, Valerie Amos and Andrew Mitchell, chair. And I think we have an obligation as researchers to really fully involve people and meaningfully involve policymakers and practitioners in the research process. So I think going to them at the end of the research and sort of then, shopping your results rather than involving them right at the get-go, is not the right way to do it. I think sort of going at the point when you think you have all the solutions rather than talking to policymakers about how you design your research, what the problems are, how you're
gearing them
work through the
towards the
challenges. And I think, if you get the principles right, that tends to lead you to the right modes of sort of engaging downstream. But I do want to come back to the fact that, I think our politicians, they're not all culpable of this, but some of them at the moment, and not just in the UK and other parts of the world, are cherry picking off a list of disciplines to say that some are more important than others. That's not the way in which the international organizations that I've been engaging with over the last several years think. Have I ever had to persuade them of a value of a historical perspective or a knowledge of the past? No, I haven't. So, in many ways, the politicians who are attacking the humanities and social sciences are really out of tune with how wider society are thinking about these problems, and we need to stop putting boundaries between hard science, social science, and humanities, because my experience usually on university campuses is those disciplines want to talk to each other and work together, and we need to, stop having a political discourse that makes that more difficult than it should be.
You touched upon the topic of funding, and I might argue, you as the university representatives, it's probably to be expected that you argue we need more money, which is absolutely legitimate. But what would be a critical stance towards the whole funding question if public funding is dwindling? Also, probably due to economic circumstances we're in. What are, revenue streams, if you might call that, although that might be a framing that's a bit foreign to humanities and social sciences, but revenue streams that you think in the future are acceptable, and what are, funding options that you would be wary because it might endanger academic independence, neutrality? Are these questions that you think about that touch upon your everyday work? I don't know, Fabian?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we always have to be careful who is funding what. And I remember in my academic career spending time in the US, there were also, suddenly some people wanted to fund chairs there, and then you you looked who is the background and what is the background about, and it was a political dimension of funding a chair. And we also have this discussion at the University of Cologne that we have to look as a faculty, we have to look who is funding what and where's the money coming from. So there's absolute limit, because if we bring in people or funders who are then limiting our freedom of science, then it's not helping, it's actually damaging the university, the academic system. But at the same time, if federal funds are cut, we have to be flexible and have to look where funding is coming from. I mean, Albert Landecker Foundation is a very good example, as we are closely working with the foundation now. That is great, that a great opportunity for us to fund our fellowship program at the CHL, getting funding for our synergy grants together with Andrew. I mean, we have to be flexible if we want to proceed and if we want to have jobs created for the younger generation of academics, postdoc positions, PhD positions. I think we have to show them flexibility, but there are also limits if it's coming to see that a funder might be having a political agenda funding a chair.
Andrew, what is your view on this?
Well, I mean, I think we, whether it's the US, the UK, or Germany, we have to recognise that we're living at a moment where there are huge pressures on public finances, and I don't think universities have any greater entitlement to constrain budgets than our schools, our hospitals, our police, our armed forces. Add to that list what you like. But do I think it's important that countries invest in their science base to imply the full range of disciplinary activity? Of course I do. I think my worry is not just the quantum of funding coming in. Of course, that is a worry at the moment, and we probably will be more reliant on the sort of private philanthropic foundations that Landecker represents in a period of constraint on public funding. But it's that whatever the overall size of, to use an English phrase, the sort of cake is of funding into our universities and for our research or science bases, that it doesn't get overly directed to some areas rather than others. The risk when funding gets constrained is that it gets more politicized, more instrumentalized, more pushed in some directions and then not in others. Yeah. So I think it's a double challenge actually. One is, for universities to be funded as well as they can be funded given the constraints on sort of public finance. But the other is to make sure that whatever funding is going to universities isn't is as evenly balanced and spread as it can be across the full range of activities that we engage in.
So I would love to know, is the notion that I'm getting, but I might be wrong, so disagree please, is the notion that state and public funding is per se more neutral than private funding, is that actually accurate?
No, because, and I will just back to the think tank world and the foundation world. I mean, we also fundraise among different actors, and we differentiate between restricted and unrestricted funding. Now, the best type of funding is unrestricted, where we as an organization decide how to allocate our resources because the funder believes in the overall mission, and we're very careful about where the money comes from. But then there's, of course, restricted funding, and this is where it takes, courage and also foresight about what is good for the future growth of your organization, university, think tank, what it may be, about where you're going to invest in themes, topics in your future. So it's also about choice on the part of the university or the think tank or a different actor. But I will say, and both Fabian and Andrew have talked about this, governments are stepping back, and not just in the United States. I mean, we all saw the calamitous decision about USAID and what that's done to the landscape, and philanthropy is not going to be able to fully compensate for that decision. But I think this is the thing, there is always a notion on the part of populists about there is some truth. Maybe USAID was ripe for reform, and there are other probably organizations that are, you have the debate in Germany about the building bike paths in South America. So there is a point about, having reform, but unfortunately, these decisions are not thoughtful, and it's more nihilistic in terms of just breaking everything and dismantling everything, and rather than thinking about what's necessary moving forward. So yes, private, it doesn't matter. It's very hard to get neutral funding. That, I think, is the gold standard for any organization that allows you as an organization to think about what our mission is and what our goals are in the near and long term.
Andrew, Fabian, I would love to ask you and weigh in on that question. Just to get the audience ready, after that I would love to open it, so get yourselves ready. Andrew, Fabian, do you have opinions on public money being more neutral than private funding?
Just give me some time to think.
It was not, I think, a distinction that I would draw. I was, as I've said previously, 6 years in UK research and innovation, as well as leading a funding council. I led the international strategy. I think some of our programming might sometimes have fallen sort of prey of the charge of being sort of overly targeted and directed, but we ran many schemes, and very proudly, which were basic sort of fundamental curiosity-driven science, and some of the targeted schemes were very popular with researchers as well. And I think private foundations do that, sometimes do it well and sometimes do it less well too. So I don't think that a funding source, when you get to a single individual giving, then obviously you're likely to have an agenda of some sort that might align with the university and might not align. But to me, I think it would be less a question of sort of what the funding source is and whether funders are working as hard as they can to think about what the needs of university and the science system are. And that will sometimes mean some programs that are more targeted because you're trying to build up an area with good reason, and sometimes leaving funding sort of less constrained. And these are balancing acts that you have to engage in. Yeah.
I think this is a question you cannot answer in general. I was lucky enough that with private funding, I always was working with foundations who made from the starting point clear that they will not interfere in my freedom of research and want to direct my research in any role. So I think it depends on who is funding and who is the partner you're working with.
As promised, any hands? We have a microphone somewhere, maybe there in the back row. And why don't we gather 2 or 3 questions, and let me emphasize questions. Have a question mark at the end and not an exclamation mark. That would be much appreciated. Could you stand up? That would be better for the camera, if possible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, try to be brief. Thank you all very much. I would like to go back to the beginning of the discussion when you mentioned you have a problem with opinions. I very much agree. And I think it's a small balance, and I would love to hear more about that between what Andrew said about being a platform. Academia needs to be a platform for different perspectives. Now, where do you draw the line? Like perspectives, opinions is often used as a synonym, and I'm very worried about the Trumpism, pandemic, etc. wave of opinions being conflated with what we know as historical truth, or at least build an argument with context. So it seems as a contradiction. I don't think you meant it that way in the panel, but I would love to expand that discussion a bit more.
Can we gather? There was one more here in the front. And then we also go over to that side, if that's possible. Wary of the time. Yeah, here in the front. Thank you.
Just briefly, because I follow up on your question, I would also like to challenge the attitude that it's not about opinion, because I'm working in science communication. It seems to be about perceptions and identities, these discussions. And perceptions seem to have it seem to be immune against facts. So how can we change the perceptions of the society in order to move forward? And because the other day I read on a T-shirt a statement which boils it down. It says, "I know you're right, but I like my opinion better." So we could of course say academia has nothing to do with that. We deliver the facts, and society has to deal with them. But in my view, we also have a responsibility to try to change the perceptions.
And one over here.
Yeah.
Sorry, just to follow up on the question there as well. I'm not entirely convinced that seeking out debates with often quite nefarious views is necessarily best serving liberal democracy. I think if you take anything from climate change to immigration and so forth, what often seems to happen is there's a deliberate strategy to flood the public discourse with pretty poorly substantiated opinions which keep dragging us back to first principles. So I'm wondering, the question I suppose is, do we as academics simply need to get better at challenging those views, or do we actually serve democracy better by editorializing out some of that stuff and choosing not to have some debates?
These are three hard questions, and the fact that we have 5 minutes remaining, get at it. Yeah, Andrew?
I mean, instinctively, the last question is a real question, and I don't think there's a right or wrong answer to it. Instinctively, I'm against editing out, because I just see in Oxford at the moment, particularly in terms of geopolitical upheaval that we're living through and the debates that that's provoking, the editing out often comes back to bite. So I'd prefer to have the debate, actually. I think there is, without getting too philosophical, there is perhaps a distinction to be made between fact and interpretation, but whilst remembering that facts can be contested and some interpretations might be more valid than others. So, knowledge is an inherently contested thing, and it should be a contested thing. That's part of democratic debate. My problem isn't with knowledge being contested. My problem is with some of the ways in which it is being contested, in the times that we live at the moment.
Sudha, Fabian?
Yeah, I mean, I think censorship is a slippery slope. And again, I refer back to my own country, and I think the pendulum swing is happening, unfortunately, because there has been a time in the university circle in the US where there was, cancel culture, you can't deny it. And certain academics were not allowed to speak. My daughter goes to a university that is very much about academic freedom. She's at the University of Chicago. And I think if more schools would kind of adopt this framework, the Chicago principles could help sort of the debate flow better in universities, because frankly, and I have her friends that have gone to other elite institutions in the United States, and it has not been a great atmosphere for open debate over the last couple of years. And I think you have to be very careful. But I agree with you. Like, we also don't want to have performance artists spewing things that are not based in fact. And I do think universities, there is some gatekeeping that's necessary. But let's think about the gatekeeping where it doesn't turn back to the beginning of our debate. Where's the line between activism and knowledgeable debate?
Yeah, I would say that, as I said, I have nothing against opinion. Everyone can have an opinion about everything. But if it's coming to a discussion based on arguments, I would like to see what is the basis for this argument. And we as academics are trained to do sincere, thorough research to create an argument. And even academics, we all know this, we have different perspective and interpretation. You can read a source in this way and you can read it in a different way. And then you have an academic, and I think it's also the style and the mode you discuss. But what I don't like is that in public discourses, there's very often the fact that there's an opinion, and then it's suddenly because I know it from history. And then, no, that's not the way. I mean, you have to, if you have an argument, then please show me the argument. What is the basis for your argument? How did you research about it? And this is what, as academics, we are trained to do. And we should bring this quality into the public discourse, right?
But isn't the decisive problem, though, that everyone seems to be looking for an arbiter of what argument is the most valid one, and that leaves the public or even political decision makers puzzled, because who judges the validity of different arguments?
Yeah, maybe. But again, you ask us about the role of academics. And as an academic coming from the humanities, I can just say that, and therefore I think it's really highly important to keep standards in education and at the university, to defend these standards, critical reading, critical thinking, critical writing, critical discussing, up and defend these standards. And as a historian or an academic, I can just say that this is how I'm trained and I'm thinking, and this is something I want to bring into the public discourse. And this is not about opinion, actually.
Thank you very much. I think we have done a precise landing on 50 minutes. Thank you everyone for listening, for engaging, to the panelists for sharing your perspectives and well-funded facts and opinions. And thank you for the Falling Walls Foundation to have us. Thank you very much.
so I know that we're all awake. And I know we have competition because lunch is going on as well, so thank you all for being here. So let me try again. Good afternoon. Now I feel it. And I think that's very important when we're discussing such important things that we're all aware. Oh, thank you for the microphone. Aware. Can you hear me now? Better? Oh, good. Good to see you. So, thank you for joining us. My name is David Patrician. I am an American journalist based in Hamburg. I work for German media. It is a pleasure to be back here at the Falling Walls Science Summit for our discussion today, neurodegeneration, breakthroughs, and novel therapies. Now, before we begin, two things. One, just a quick historical note, away from the science for a moment. Today is November 9th. We are in Berlin. 36 years ago, the Berlin Wall fell. It is part of the naming of this summit. So I think it truly is amazing to be in this city on such a historic day. And for those that are visiting, I hope you have a chance just to go around a little bit and see some of the historic sites, because it really is amazing that 36 years later, we are here in old capital of East Germany in Berlin having this Falling Wall Science Summit. So that's a historical note. Second point, when we had our last discussion a few days ago, I was privileged to also lead the discussion about Alzheimer's. I wanted to ask in this room, who here are specialists when it comes to neurodegeneration? If you can put your hands up. Okay, so I'd say about maybe 20 to 30%. The reason I ask is that my job is to make sure that the few experts that are here, that they get something from our panel, and they are all extremely excellent, but also those that are kind of new to this session or new to this subject can also take away a lot from the exciting studies that are going on. So with that, just a quick background. As of recent estimates, in 2023, around 56 million people worldwide are living with dementia. And Alzheimer's disease accounts for about 60% of these cases. This means that unfortunately around 35 million people globally are affected by Alzheimer's. As life expectancy rises, that's a good thing, but on the other side, so do the numbers of patients with Alzheimer's. We expect a doubling of the number of people with neurodegenerative diseases within the next 30 years. It's truly a startling fact. So the race to slow down these diseases, as well as other neurodegenerative disorders, is certainly on. Where are we now regarding or looking for cures? And can we slow down and finally cure its advancements? We're going to talk about this. And before I begin, I want to just go through with a raise of hands, again, interactive. If you can tell me, do you know someone who unfortunately is suffering from Alzheimer's disease? Put your hands up, just so we get a feel for it. So pretty much the entire room. Alzheimer's affects memory and cognitive function. Just for comparison, Parkinson's disease is also one. Do you know of anyone here in the room that unfortunately is suffering for that? Wow. I would say also about 80%. Parkinson's impacts movement and the coordination. Two other neurodegenerative diseases, maybe not as common, which is a good thing. Huntington's disease. Anyone in the room know of anyone that is suffering? Okay, a few people. Good. That's a good thing that it's such a low number. Huntington's disease causes motor and cognitive decline. And the final one, I hope I pronounced it correctly, is amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as ALS. Does anyone here know of anyone who is unfortunately suffering with it? Oh, so that number is higher, up to about 50%. Good. So unfortunately, this is something that is not only important for people's research, but also it's affecting people in their everyday lives. It is a great pleasure to welcome our three experts today, and I'm just going to introduce them real quick, and then afterwards we can give them a round of applause. So if you can just put your hands up so that everyone knows who you are. Matthias Jucker, for the German Center for Neurodegenerative Diseases. We have Anastasia Kvorova from the University of Massachusetts Chain Medical School, and Angela Schulz, University Medical Center, Hamburg-Eppendorf. Please welcome our guests today. I didn't have a chance in our preparations to ask, is it okay if we all stay on a first-name basis? I think it's more relaxed for our discussion, even though it's a very serious topic. Excellent. Then I'll be David, of course, as well. Before we begin, someone just came and told me a few minutes ago that we have a special prize winner in our panel as well. I wanted to surprise you with that. Could we give a round of applause to Anastasia Kvorova for winning her prize, the Elsa Krone Fresenius Prize for Medical Research. Congratulations to you. And you can certainly talk about that in a moment, but I just wanted to confirm you were awarded several $1 million for your research. Is that correct?
Correct.
Fantastic. Then congratulations on that. And yeah, I'm sure it's going to be a very prestigious award with a lot of work following it. So when we talk about neurodegeneration, just real quick, for those that are not that familiar with the subject, a few things. We're talking about common pathologies. That means pathological protein aggregation for one, structural and functional abnormalities, disrupted synaptic connections, DNA damage, just to name a few of these pathologies. And again, as I said in this discussion, since some of the people in the room are not that familiar, we're going to try to make sure we explain everything. So, Anastasia, I wanted to start with you. If you could just take us back to Huntington's disease and maybe tell us a few words about what is Huntington's disease.
So Huntington's disease is a fascinating disorder because it's been caused by expansion of the repeat in a gene called Huntington. And a lot of neurodegenerative disorders are actually expansion disorders. There's over 40 of it. And what is very unique about the Huntington is that you are born healthy, you live healthy. Actually, there is data indicating that people carriers of Huntington have an average high performance ability. So as a result of it, they're famous journalists, writers, scientists, and then around 40, 50 years, you start to see some neuropsychiatric disorders, depression, anger issues, and then it's what is called career, very typical manifestation, and within 10 years it's a quick decline to essentially comatose stage and patients die. It's a devastating disorder because by the time people develop it, they have families, they have careers, and their kids know that they have 50% chance of inheriting, and they're watching their parents die.
Okay, and with this disease, is it generational? Can we say that it's passed on from generation to generation?
It's genetically defined, correct.
Okay, so lifestyle...
50% chance of getting a disease if your parent had it.
Wow, okay. Lifestyles does not play much of a role then in these diseases.
Yes and no, and there is a lot of studies right now in neurodegenerative disorders in general that how active your brain is and how good is your metabolic health has impact on rate of neurodegeneration, and as such, Huntington is affected as well.
Okay, thank you. Question to our technical team, do I have to keep using the hand microphone? This doesn't work? Okay, so we'll keep doing that, that's fine. Matthias, I had a question for you regarding molecular mechanisms and early detection. Your work focuses on understanding the molecular mechanisms underlying Alzheimer's disease and investigating how abnormal protein aggregations such as amyloid plaques and tau tangles, we talked about that the other day, TAU, tau tangles, contribute to disease progression. Could you explain that? And again, for some people who are not in the medical community, in terms that we all can understand.
Yeah, I mean, let me tell you.
And please, nice and loud, because there's a door sometimes.
Let me tell you why it is so timely to be here and talk about Alzheimer's disease and, as you said, protein aggregation. I mean, what we found out, and as a community, is that this protein aggregation occurs in our brain at least 20 years before we have any symptoms. That's something we just learned over the last, by the way, decade. And the second thing is we can detect it with very high technical instruments. But what also comes out in these days is we can do it also in blood. So that's the next advantage what we have right now. And the third one is, and we talked about it 2 days ago, we have a first therapy, we have antibodies, and they are not against the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. They go into the cascade of the pathological cascade, which leads to Alzheimer's disease. They take away these protein aggregates. And that's unique. And to say, to the criticism or to the critics of these therapy or these antibodies that they do only a little bit for the patients, we are so excited because our field thinks the earlier the better. And since we now know it all starts in our brain 20 years before we have symptoms, that's where we want to go. We want to go early.
So just to understand you correctly, we're talking about blood testing to say if you have Alzheimer's or not. Is that out on the market yet? Is it being researched? Clear text?
No, that not yet there, but it's clearly that's where the field goes to.
And we may have like the corona tests in the future where you can go to a pharmacy, pick up a home lab kit and do the test at home. Is that the end goal?
I think most of my colleagues, including myself, would say yes, that's coming.
Fantastic. Well, very good. Okay. I also have a follow-up question for you. You work at the German Center for Neurodegenerative, and I've practiced this word many times, but it's a tough one, neurodegenerative diseases, Germany's leading research institution dedicated to studying neurodegenerative diseases. Much of your work centers on early Alzheimer's, which is key to halting Alzheimer's and potentially curing it. What are the biggest hurdles, in your opinion, for early detection? Because it is a race against the clock.
Well, the problem is actually with early detection, we are pretty good. This is not the problem. I think the problem is that, as I said, the techniques to do the early detection are very expensive and can only be done at specialized centers. But the blood, as we just talked about it, that would be a breakthrough. We could do it much earlier. The next hurdle is, why do you want to know? Now we can do it, but why do you want to know if there is no medication for medication there? Because right now what is on the market is only for symptomatic patients. So the hurdle would be to do clinical studies which clearly show an antibody or a medication is doing the job much earlier.
Okay. Angela, you're dealing with early diagnosis, especially with childhood dementia. Your research aims to identify biomarkers for early detection, even before symptoms appear. I understand you're also studying degenerative brain diseases in children, especially rare forms of childhood dementia. Could you tell us more about your research and also your findings?
Well, childhood dementia is kind of similar like adult dementia. So we have children that are born completely healthy, and then they go to school, they're very bright, everything is normal, and then all of a sudden they have trouble finding certain words. They also have motor problems, start to stumble, fall more frequently, get cognitive problems, and this progresses very, very rapidly. We have a whole group of diseases that can cause those. Most of them are lysosomal storage diseases.
Could you just speak a little bit louder so I can hear you clearly?
Yeah, we have
Please.
a whole group of diseases that can cause childhood dementia. These are all genetic diseases, so they are inherited. So we sometimes have several children being affected by this in a family. And really here, the research, I think, is so important because in these children, we can see the progression of the dementia and what's happening in the brain in a very pure fashion. These progressing diseases are not confounded by any other comorbidities. These children just have neurodegenerative diseases. And of course, for these children, we aim for early diagnosis, and the earliest would be diagnosing them prenatally, which we can do if we know whether this genetic defect runs in a family, or if we don't know that, which is usually the case because it's recessively inherited, so parents cannot know that they are carrying such a genetic defect. They are completely healthy, all the ancestors have been healthy. This is just a coincidence that two parents meet each other that are carriers of such a disease. That would be newborn screening. So as pediatricians, we are able to screen for about 20 metabolic diseases already. When children are born, they're all tested for that in Germany. And we are now we've just started a pilot project here in Germany, in Hamburg, for testing one of these childhood dementia diseases in newborn screening, where we do have an approved treatment, which is very exciting and encouraging.
So you advocate very much for newborn screening. How could you see that being implemented? Should the Krankenkasse, the Krankenkasse of English, help me out here.
Health insurance.
Insurance companies. I've been living in Germany too long. The insurance companies, that they should cover that? I mean, should it be mandatory? Should it be highly recommended? How should the insurance companies take care of this?
So for the 20 diseases that are already in the regular newborn screening program in Germany, this is covered by the healthcare insurances.
Okay.
Parents are being asked whether they agreed for their child to be screened for these diseases, and then this goes. Now, with the pilot project, we have to prove that the method works and that the early treatment really makes a difference, which it does. We already have clinical trials that show this, and then this is being reviewed by the regulatory authorities, and if the review is positive, then hopefully this will also be implemented in the regular screening.
Excellent. Okay.
Can I just make one comment?
Please.
That one of the things which is being discussed in community quite a bit, that with the development of novel technologies like genome sequencing, with genetically defined disorders, it's not only childhood disorders, you can develop one screen at a time, or you can just sequence a genome. Because if you sequence genome as a whole, it's effectively screening for all genetic disorders, not only childhood. Of course, it has a lot of, and probably cost of that right now in research settings, it's less than $100 per genome. Not in clinical settings, but it's coming. But of course, it has a lot of kind of ethical implications and information sharing, information storage. But it's where field is potentially will evolve.
Okay, excellent. So a question out to the panel in general. What do you think are the current challenges in diagnosing and treating neurodegenerative diseases, especially at the early stages? This is an open question to anyone.
Well, I mean, it's totally different. They are talking about genetically, right, autosomal dominant or whatever genetic causes of the disease, and I'm more standing for these age-related neurodegenerative diseases, where genetic also plays a role, but most of the cases are sporadic. So they go for genetic screening. My approach is totally different.
Yes and no. In Alzheimer, APOE4 and APOE4 homozygous and APOE4 heterozygous in terms of APOE3 allele, it's also the strongest genetic predisposition of the disease progression. And for APOE4 heterozygous, it's 12% of this room. Yeah. So it's not that rare.
Yeah, we just had at the Conference for Childhood Dementia, we had a researcher reporting on studies looking at the prevalence of Alzheimer's disease in heterozygous parents and carriers for childhood dementia. Even though these are different genes, they seem to have a much higher, 5 times higher predisposition to later on develop Alzheimer's. And when we look at pathways affected in the neurodegenerative process, we do see that there might be some joint pathways in the end and some things that we share. So maybe we would find some disease-altering treatments that could be applied to both children and adults.
I think it's misfolded clearance pathways, which is absolutely causative or significantly contributing to Alzheimer, and APOE is mutated, it's got clogged, not mutated, but APOE4, it's get clogged, and in lysosomal storage disorders, it's a confounding factor.
And it said you've done a lot of work with RNA-based therapies, correct? And on my research, I saw that you focus on oligonucleotide RNA-based therapies, which
Good job.
represent... Say again?
You said it right.
Okay. I try my best on these terms. Therapies which represent a major paradigm shift. Instead of targeting proteins with drugs, these therapies target mRNAs, RNAs, for those that don't know, being the molecules that carry genetic instructions from DNA and tell the cells which proteins to make. Can you tell us a little bit more about your research?
So practically, I'm a chemical biologist, which got involved in neurodegenerative disorders, not necessarily willingly, but right now half of my lab is working on Huntington, ALS, Alzheimer's, brain aging. And the reason behind it is that while technology has evolved to modulate any target you want, for example, you can modulate APP, which is precursor of amyloid, or you can modulate tau, or you can modulate APOE, or you can modulate JAK1, which blocks inflammation, and clearly this is producing an opportunity to potentially make a disease-modifying drugs. And for Parkinson, it's alpha-synuclein. And a lot of those things are currently either progressing towards clinical trial, or for tau and alpha-synuclein, it's actually in clinical, and APP is in clinical trials now.
How long do you think those trials will take before you come to conclusions? 2 years, 3 years, or it's hard to really guess that?
In neurodegenerative disorders like in genetically defined disorders, in those kids, we now have, actually for lysosomal storage disorders, there is antisense oligo, which is splice switching. And I just last week have seen data from ongoing clinical trial. Within 2 years, you start to see a certain benefit. In Alzheimer's, unfortunately, because it's such a diverse patient population and there is a lot of variation, and also safety is super important, this will take much longer.
Super. Just to our audience, in a few minutes, we'll be opening up the floor to your questions. I'm looking forward to that. I have 2 or 3 more prepared. Preparing for our talk today, I came across CRISPR, C-R-I-S-P-R. So this is gene editing technology that allows for precise modifications of DNA within living organisms, enabling researchers to target specific genes for deletion, insertion, or alteration. Can anyone tell us maybe a few words? It's a very new and emerging gene editing technology, but CRISPR and how it can be used for fighting neurodegenerative diseases.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. And I think I'm a personal believer that in the future it's going to be the case. As of today, in 2025, there is no working technology which gives you delivery of CRISPR throughout the brain. It just doesn't exist. With that said, there is a lot of things which have worked in animals, and it probably will be progressing towards clinic soon. The second issue with CRISPR is it's reversible. So if you do it, you cannot come back. So I personally believe that with oligonucleotide therapeutics, which are reversible, what I'm doing, I'm paving a path for demonstrating safety and creating safety data for CRISPR-based therapeutics, because if you make with a reversible drug, for example, you silence tau, and maybe you see a profound changes, and you show that for 3-4 years or 5 years is completely safe and people are not losing mental acuity, then you follow up with a CRISPR and edit it out. So it's a future, but not probably today.
Okay. Anyone else on that one? Please.
Well, there has just been reports, and I think this is very, very recent, only a few months ago, that one of my pediatric colleagues, Professor Arends Niklas from Children's Hospital in Philadelphia, has, I think, at least for the moment, quite successfully treated a child, a newborn, with a urea cycle defect, which is a disease that affects the liver, with CRISPR, so with gene editing treatment, because that child had a mutation that was applicable for this kind of treatment, and they used nanospheres in order to get the CRISPR into the liver cells. So this has proven to work quite well. The child's doing well. This seems to be safe as for now. This is only a few months. But of course, we now have the challenge to get something like that to the brain, which is the next area. But I think for us as pediatricians, this has really been a breakthrough to really see a child being treated with something like that.
There are clinical data. There is one approved drug for CRISPR, but it's ex vivo. But there is a fantastic clinical data in liver where, like with TTR amyloidosis and several other examples. So probably liver is going to be first. And
could you repeat that? The name of that treatment? You said ex river?
Ex vivo, meaning they take cells, modify cells, and then infuse this back. It's a company, CRISPR Therapeutics.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I've gone to several other sessions too during the Falling Walls, and a big issue seems to be how can we get the academic community and the corporate community together? Maybe in your own experiences, is that going well? Is it challenging? How can we combine the two? Because there seems to be certainly a divide there. Maybe I'll start with you.
Well, I can give you an example. Definitely. So in Alzheimer's disease, there are also mutations which lead 100% or 99% to the disease. And you can predict, you can say if you have the mutation, you get the disease by 55. So in this population, you can do treatments 20 years earlier because you know they're going to get Alzheimer's disease. But these patients are very, very rare. So first of all, there is not a single country who could do these trials. So we do it all together, all over the world. And there is not a single university who can pay for it. So the companies come in and bring the compounds into this population. So clearly this DIAN study, we call it DIAN, is something which could never be done by university academic alone. It could never be done by industry alone, and it could never be done in a single country.
I will say that it's not perfect, but as usually democracy works. It's not working perfectly, but it's working better as in any other form of governance. And for example, in the field of oligonucleotide therapeutics, we organize a society called Oligonucleotide Therapeutic Society, which brings together industry and academic and regulatory and manufacturers once a year in a large meeting which goes in different places in the world. And having this community and a communication, it's super important and really transformative in building the relationships.
One of the big things, microphone, one of the big things is making innovation accessible to the general public. So I wanted to ask all of y'all, how can diagnostic and therapeutic breakthroughs be rolled out in a way that ensures public accessibility, especially considering the high cost and complex administration often associated with such novel therapies? Just an opinion of yours. Maybe I'll start with you, Angela.
Well, maybe an example is the newborn screening that we've just started for one of these diseases, even though technically we could screen for many more diseases and the genetic newborn screening is on the horizon, but for historic reasons in Germany, we're only allowed to screen for diseases where we do have a treatment and where this treatment would really change the trajectory of the disease or even better, prevent the onset of the disease. And this test, it's an enzyme test for this one disease, costs like €5. Very easy, very cheap. And if we start treating the children at a newborn age or before the age of 1 year, we do see in our patients that they do not develop any neurodegenerative disease. And now the oldest ones, this has just been approved, the treatment, are now 8, 9, 10 years old. Normal cognitive development, they go to school, they are bright, they ride a bicycle, they are bilingual, really, really fantastic children, whereas their older siblings would be in a wheelchair, might have died already with a very, very shortened life expectancy. And if we look at that from an economic perspective, even though, I mean, these are children's lives, but also it's €5 against like a 10, 15 years long devastating disease with many, many health costs associated. So I think this treatment might not be completely for free, but might be expensive, but there's no comparison to the healthcare costs related if a child would become ill.
I will say that in Europe, you are maybe in a better shape because of the single payer system. In US, it's even more complicated because of the insurance issues. And while it would be no question that if you look at the healthcare cost for a life of the patient, that preventing the kid becoming disabled from neurodegenerative disorders, overall cost of taking care of this kid, you are saving an enormous amount of money. But you can imagine a situation where insurances are profitable entity which is operating by year. Yeah. So what they care about is a cost of this particular year, and specifically for gene therapy treatments, some of them is a couple of $1 million. For nusimersen, which was disease-modifying small RNA drug, I think first year it's 700,000. So of course that is kind of a discussion to have, and policy making will be transformative in making those drugs available.
And of course, when we talk about insurance, looking at both sides of the Atlantic, here in Germany, it is law if you're working, you have to have health insurance. And in the United States, I think the latest figures is over 20 million people do not have health insurance. So that will also, cost will pay a big...
Vast majority do.
Yeah, the vast majority
do have insurance.
Do have it, true. But still, if I'm not mistaken, over 20 million people do not have it. So if we're looking at a population of 360 million, I understand, but it's still, to me, even though I'm an American, 20 million people not having insurance, and those are the ones sometimes that have small accidents that, I don't want to get into another subject, but they're the ones that really have financial issues with that, and down the road that could also be something to look into. For those that was in my other seminar, 1906 was a date we talked about. Does anyone remember why 1906 could be interesting for our discussion today? Alzheimer's, correct, excellent. So we talk about in the journalism field, how can we get the rote Faden in German? How can we get someone hooked into the story? For those that don't know, Alzheimer's disease was discovered by a German psychiatrist and neurologist, Alois Alzheimer, in 1906. I double-checked. The discovery took place in Frankfurt, Germany. That means next year we'll be celebrating it's a celebration that he discovered this disease 120 years ago. I say this only for the fact that if you're writing academic papers, if you want to talk about Alzheimer's, it's a very good, especially here in Germany, it's a very good opening line to get people maybe interested in learning more about that. Okay, with that, I would like to open up the floor then for questions. I believe we have someone here with a microphone. If anyone has questions, please raise your hand. Take a look around here. Here, we'll start there, please. Nice and loud.
Hi there. Thank you so much for this great panel discussion so far. I'd love to know about prevention strategies, especially if we're able to detect the anatomical changes 20 years in advance of symptom onset. Thank you.
Well, in terms of prevention, in my opinion, there are two things which are becoming very obvious, and that's one is lifestyle factors. It's unbelievable how much we can reduce the risk of, for example, Alzheimer's disease through lifestyle factors. When you ask me how does it work, which one exactly, that's what we don't really know. We know the numbers, but we don't know how it works. That's one thing which I think is very exciting. The other thing is, I want to bring up this word escapee. You may have heard about it. That's a big thing in Alzheimer's disease in these weeks. So these are people, Alzheimer's patients, they have a mutations which leads to Alzheimer's disease. And we can predict plus minus 1 or 2 years when they should get Alzheimer's disease because their parents got Alzheimer's disease. But in these hundreds and hundreds of people which we follow, they are suddenly escapees. They have the mutation, but they don't get Alzheimer's disease as expected with 45. They don't get it with 50. They don't get it with 55. And suddenly we have a good number with all over the world of these escapees. And nobody knows why. Most likely it's genetics, protective factors, and now the entire AD community is going for these escapees.
Anyone else like that?
It's, it's fascinating, and this is what requires collaboration between different fields. It's early detection and figuring out how to get acceptance of it and how it's paid by insurance and others. It's making sure that the technology platform is in a place to essentially modulate any gene you want for extended periods of time in a patient non-invasive way and safe, and then understanding and coming up with a hypothesis for genetic prevention and understanding detailed mechanism of Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, and then I think it's getting there, but it will take a collaboration between detection, understanding molecular mechanism of disease, and developing advanced types of safe therapeutics. And cumulatively, this will allow us to get to the point where hopefully your prediction that the number of patients living with Alzheimer's disease will skyrocket will be wrong.
That would be excellent if that would be wrong in the future. Absolutely. Final there.
We have a similar thing, and even in the childhood dementia field, we sometimes have children within a family where they harbor the same mutation and the same gene, and they might even be twins. We had twin studies, and one twin might develop neurodegenerative symptoms at the age of 8, very severe symptoms, including epileptic seizure, loss of speech, loss of motor function, whereas the other sibling doesn't have any symptoms for another 5, 6, 7, 8 years. That's for a pediatrician, that's a very, very long time difference, and that's something we'd like to better understand, and we think there are more modifying factors there, and maybe they are shared across different types of neurodegenerative pathways.
Excellent, thank you. Looking around, do we have other questions here? I want to look to here. Yeah, we have a gentleman here, please. Nice and loud, please.
So thank you for this interesting panel. I'm also with the Center for Neurodegenerative Diseases in Munich. And we research also Alzheimer's disease and a rare lysosomal storage disorder called Niemann-Pick type C. We've heard a lot about protein misfolding and issues that come with that. And that's why we looked at another disease where protein misfolding is a big issue or cause for the phenotype, and that's cystic fibrosis. And this disease one can now treat much better with drugs that actually inhibit this protein misfolding. And so do you think that this could be a perspective for example, lysosomal storage disorders or Alzheimer's disease? Thank you.
Maybe
Please.
I can answer
Yes.
for the lysosomal storage disease. There are already a few clinical trials in the field of mucopolysaccharidosis where this is being tried. This could be okay for certain types of diseases where really maybe a membrane protein is misfolded. We do it in phenylketonuria. There's misfolding, and there are treatments that kind of target this type of misfolding. So I think this is a very exciting path forward. Absolutely.
I don't know, like, and again, it's if you will have 100 people studying Alzheimer's, you will have probably 10 different views. But in Alzheimer's misfolding, and with early onset Alzheimer, for sure, it's misfolding and misprocessing, but probably it's not misfolding per se, it's disruption of misfolded protein pathway clearance, which results in a delay of the clearance, which results in more modification and more misfolding. So maybe it's not a primary cause of the disease, it's one of the factors.
Yes, please.
Well, I would love to see a compound which inhibits misfolding through different proteins. And I actually started there too, but in a way it did not really work out for me and for the field. So I think inhibitors have to be very specific. What the next level is, and we talk about neurodegeneration here, is a compound which inhibits neurodegeneration, and this would be good for all these diseases. But this is so tough. I don't have big hopes in that.
Do you think that artificial intelligence could help play a role with that research?
I think we don't understand. I mean, we all talk about this protein misfolding, and then we have the disease.
Yeah.
But how the protein misfolding is linked to the death of a neuron, that's very difficult. And I think there are many, many mechanisms out, but it's so diverse. It's very difficult even to come up with a compound which would help all the different
And I think it's an egg-chicken issue.
Yeah.
It's your protein get hyper-modified and misfolded because it's delayed of the clearance, or it's get hyper-modified and misfolded, and then it's not cleared efficiently. And at this point, it's both of the processes happening, and we do not know whether it's causative or not.
That's a big challenge. Okay, thank you. We have time for questions. Sir, please. We have the microphone for the gentleman here. Oh, I apologize. I'll do this. We'll do him first, and then to you. I apologize. I didn't see you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Michael Hengartner. If you can't prevent death, you can perhaps replace the cell. Stem cell therapy is often discussed. I know you're not experts, but for at least for some of these diseases, that might be a way forward. What's your expectation developments in that field?
Well, my understanding is, and I'm looking at my colleague from the Hertie Institute and the DSNA, Thomas Gassrius, to Parkinson. I mean, there was some success with cell replacement in Parkinson disease. In a disease like Alzheimer's disease, I don't really see how cell replacement could play a role, because it's everywhere. There's not specific cells. So I think for certain diseases, it may work. For other diseases, age-related neurodegenerative diseases, I don't really see how it could work.
There are very interesting work from the lab of Dan Cleveland, and it's partially controversial, but one of the things they reported for is that there is neuronal progenitor cells, and overall number is not very large compared to number of the neurons. And what they did show is that you can reprogram existing neuronal progenitor cells to differentiate more. And you can do it by modulating of certain targets, and I think the one he's fascinated with is PTP1B. Again, it's a controversial subject, but if something like that will pan out, I think it has a higher probability of being disease modifying if you are stimulating internal brain capacity to generate novel neurons.
Yeah, maybe in the pediatric field, we have I think quite successful stem cell therapy for a leukodystrophy where the white matter of the brain is affected. For metachromatic leukodystrophy, where the stem cells are genetically modified to not harbor the mutation anymore, and then the children undergo a stem cell transplant, and then these stem cells migrate to the brain and become glia cells and are able to provide the enzyme that's missing in this disease. So I think this is really, really exciting. But this is not a replacement of neurons. It's kind of adding cells that provide a factor that's missing in this specific disease. But I think this is very exciting.
Okay, excellent. Sir, please.
Yes. To what degree viral infections could cause neurodegenerative diseases like MS? It has been proposed Epstein-Barr virus, maybe in Parkinson also it was suggested.
Well, yeah. Well, that's also one of the hot topics, at least in Alzheimer's disease. It started with Corona, with COVID, where also reports came out which are not well done until now, that you have more Alzheimer's disease or less Alzheimer's disease, or the misfolded protein spread more throughout the brain or not. And then came the herpes zoster vaccine. You probably heard about that. And the data are coming in again, and it appears to be true. So if you have this vaccination, you apparently have a lower risk of Alzheimer's disease. But nobody knows how it works. And most people think, at least in my community, it's not specific to herpes zoster. It's more like you give the immune system another boost at a certain period in adulthood or even age. But how it works, I wouldn't know, but I think it's going to be a big topic in the future.
I think while exact mechanism of Alzheimer's disease, in spite of 2025, is not fully understood. For many, many years, we were saying it's amyloid, amyloid, amyloid. Clearly, amyloid is an early factor, is a first biomarker, but maybe it's not the end of the story. Then it was tau tangles. And in the recent couple of years, multiple papers which is talking that all this accumulation of debris in the brain is causing inflammation, and viruses will cause inflammation. And this inflammation is causing local disruption of blood-brain barrier, which allows immune cells to come in a brain where they're not supposed to be. And these T cells which come to the brain which are not supposed to be are the ones driving tau neurons, which has a lot of tau. That is one of the models discussed, but as you can hear, inflammation being absolutely key, and I think this is non-disputable. And whenever you have a viral infection, you have inflammation. So it's not, while exact mechanism is not understood, it's clear that anything which is causing more inflammation in the brain, which will accelerate neurodegeneration.
Excellent. We have time for one more question. For some reason, this side of the room has more questions. I wanted to make sure. Excellent. Then we're going to make it 2. 1 and 2. Can we have the microphone? Gentleman here. 3. If they're short, we'll get you, I promise. Go ahead.
Yes. 2 questions. Do you think that from a diagnostic perspective, we're still getting it wrong? Like it's like calling Alzheimer's dementia, it's like calling it cancer. There's actually probably, are there like maybe 100 types? And the second type question would be, do you think that the fact that in Down syndrome patients, they almost inevitably get some kind of dementia, do you think that that's comparable to the sporadic or late onset form?
Thank you. Good.
Well, very short. My understanding from your question was the second one first. Yeah, Down syndrome patients get Alzheimer's disease, and for me, it's clear Alzheimer's disease, nothing else. The other thing is, in terms of variety of Alzheimer's disease, that it's not one disease, absolutely. And that's, we also talked 2 days ago with AI and everything. I mean, it clearly you can characterize now different population and we call them all Alzheimer's disease. So definitely this will come, that we have subtypes, and maybe this is also important for treatment.
You know, like an anecdote. So animal model of disease is what we use to trying to study it. There's 2 types of Alzheimer: early onset Alzheimer, which is caused by mutation, and late onset of Alzheimer, which is truly Alzheimer. They are genetically completely different, but everything in preclinical development is being done in animal model of disease, which is based on early onset Alzheimer, which is actually a completely different disease. So your question is super valid, and I think the field is, it's almost like a drunk looking under the light, because we can, not because this is where the problem is.
Excellent. We have a few more minutes. 2 last questions, one and the final one to you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for the discussion. So as you mentioned, the brain pathology actually starts decades before we have the symptoms, but the current therapies are evaluating the symptom progression. So as we, especially with the sporadic forms, as we move towards like the more precise diagnosis very early on, do you think we need to redefine the disease in a way that we are able to quantify pre-symptomatic improvements caused by those therapies?
Thank you for this question. I mean, you should have just given this talk, that definitely, so I didn't want to come up with that, but I'm already in our research areas, we say no longer Alzheimer's disease, we say A, T, and N. A for amyloid, T for tau, and N for neurodegeneration. So we cure A, or we cure tau, or we cure neurodegeneration. And that's extremely helpful, and you actually just gave a nice summary why that is helpful. Also for drug development, for regulatory agencies, that's the way to go.
Super. Thank you very much. Final question, sir.
Hello, my name is Leo. I'm from Neuroxon Biologic. We are dealing with exosome EVs therapy for CNS indications. We talked about different indication here. I want to go to the development of a drug and trying to find a biomarker and how it's important for the release criteria of the drug that you want to have, if you can elaborate on that.
Anyone?
I will say the whole field is clinical trials are insanely complex, expensive, and take a long time and super inefficient. So the whole field is moving towards what is called informative phase 1, meaning phase 1 with a biomarker, where you're not looking at clinical manifestation of disease, but you are, for example, reducing amyloid in the blood. It's not a clinical endpoint, but it's a biomarker. And I think that would be, the more we can educate regulatory affairs in value of this type of clinical trial designs, the better we will do as a field.
Yeah, no, sorry. The better we understand the disease trajectory, so studies in the adult patients, in the pediatric patients, we have huge international databases that we share and that we also provide as data for pharmaceutical companies to use as natural history control data in these trials. Because especially in pediatrics, I mean, any placebo-controlled trial is very, very difficult in a disease that's deadly. So the more we understand the phenotype of the diseases and what is driving what, the better we can see timely results in clinical trials.
Thank you. At the Falling Wall Summit, we have a tradition, a final question to our guests dealing with breaking barriers. So the final question, and we only have time for maybe a few sentences per each panelist. How do you imagine the therapy of the future, and which walls do we need to overcome to get there? And of course, these are very, very large themes and topics that we're talking about. But in general, for a few sentences, maybe I'll start here with Angela and work way over. 2 or 3 sentences. The biggest barrier you see that we have to get rid of.
I think the biggest barrier is early diagnosis in these diseases and to prevent the onset of these diseases. And the next barrier will be to have really very patient-tailored treatments that might be tailored to a certain genetic defect and that target this defect. And I hope that this will be the future. No onset of disease, and if there's a disease, that we can treat it very, very much precisely.
Thank you. Anastasia, please.
My dream is that within a foreseeable future, we have a collection of oligonucleotide therapeutics which can be administered sub-Q once every 6 months and delivered to the brain, and which will prevent diseases like Huntington, ALS, and Alzheimer and Parkinson from a cure, And I think what is also very important to understand is that while we talk about neurodegeneration as a disease, in reality it's a normal aging process. What you see in the aging brain, it's neurodegeneration, which causes a lot of malfunction everywhere. So
Last sentence, please, because of time.
Absolutely. My hope is that while they have to be precise for certain things, for overall brain aging, I think there will be a lot of commonality in treatment for Alzheimer and just everybody taking it to expand their health span.
Excellent. Thank you. And Matthias, the last word.
Well, the biggest barrier to overcome is the greatest risk factor for neurodegeneration, and that's aging. So if we understand aging, and if we can expand the healthy lifespan, we are not going to have neurodegenerative diseases. And I mean, if you look at venture capitalists, at least in the United States, that's where the money goes. And I'm a little bit disappointed of Europe, which is actually not going with that. They always think we want to extend lifespan. No, we don't want to extend lifespan. We want to expand the healthy period of aging.
Excellent. Thank you. Now that my microphone is working, I wanted to once again congratulate Anastasia. I want to make sure I got it correctly here. The Else Krone Fresenius Foundation Award. That's for you. Congratulations to that. And please, everyone, thank you for your questions. And thank you to our three speakers, Matthias Jucker, Anastasia Kavora, and Angela Schulz, for a fascinating discussion. Thank you all very much.
who's there from there.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody here in the room, and welcome to a really exciting topic, long-term investment in quantum research and education. I will present you our experts on the panel in a minute. And the topic is, I think, really one of the most exciting ones that we have today. And I sometimes wonder if quantum is not, sort of underestimated. It's maybe a bigger hype than AI that we're hyping right now. Because why? I think quantum information science has really rapidly advanced. I mean, we're coming closer to a scalable infrastructure. We have powerful computers lined up, let's say, put it this way. And I think the possible impact on growth, on national security, on health, and we see first applications, and we'll talk about it, I mean, are already in front of the door. So, however, we also know that this, making it sustainable will include a lot of investment, for instance, of also important bets on the future. I mean, will we be able to build a fault-tolerant quantum computer? Also, how do we design this ecosystem that kind of merges academic research and industry's power, because we know we need both. And we also see already that we have to think about how do we get the bright minds that we need in order to achieve what's hoped for in quantum. So, let me introduce you to the panelists. And I start with Scott. Scott Crowder is Vice President at IBM Quantum Adoption. He's an engineer. And welcome, Scott. Next to him is Lauri Saignemi. He's Vice President Fabrication at Microsoft Quantum. And the experts among you know that Microsoft Quantum is leading in the field of topological qubit technology. So exciting road to take. Next, Peter Leek. He's founder and chief scientific officer at Oxford Quantum Circuits. And last but not least, Javad Shabani. He's professor of physics and director of the New York Quantum Institute. And this panel is also supported by New York University. My name is Jan Rubner. I have a background in physics, which makes it a little easier to talk about this topic. And I'm vice president of communication at Technical University of Munich. So, let's start to set the stage, to understand what's going on right now. And I'd like to start with you, Scott. I mean, how would you describe, from IBM's view, the stage of technology? And while we're at it, I mean, who are your customers? Who are you working with there?
Sure. So, quantum computing is really exciting because it's like science fiction come to life. But we actually do have quantum computers today. So where the industry is today is we've got quantum computers that can run quantum algorithms that are too complex to run on any classical computers that exist. But we're not yet at the stage where the output of those quantum algorithms is significantly better than a different approach you could take classically. So that's like the big next step. So the big next step is getting better results out of the quantum algorithms than you can out of classical algorithms. And we think we're going to get there in about a year or two. And then by the end of the decade, we'll get to large-scale fault-tolerant systems that let you run much, much longer programs to give you much more accurate results, and hopefully have advantages in much, much broader areas of algorithmic applications. In terms of who are we working with, it's really across the board. So we're working with over 170 research and academic institutions. We're working with over 60 industry customers, and a whole bunch of people who are building applications on top of quantum computing, startups, quantum network startups. And all of them is similarly trying to explore new quantum algorithms so they can apply it to real problems that they're trying to work on.
Can you name, sort of one big company is waiting for a quantum computer out of IBM labs?
Yeah, well, they're not waiting because they already have access to real computers. So it's companies like HSBC, it's Wells Fargo, it's Credit Mutuel, it's research institutions like Fraunhofer, like BASQ in Spain, STFC Hartree in England, and then a whole bunch of startups that are basically building quantum solutions on top of the computing infrastructure that exists.
Yeah, probably come back to some applications. But Laurie, I mean, you're coming from another big player in the field, Microsoft. How do you invest in quantum, and what are your goals? What are you expecting to get out of it?
Yeah, great question. And maybe I start from what are our goals, because I think then it makes sense to talk about, okay, where do we invest? And Microsoft is a platform company. So we're really building a platform for not only for quantum computers, but we already have in our data centers, we have GPUs and CPUs working seamlessly together. And the next step is that the quantum will be a new accelerator going into our data centers. And we want to provide that compute service for all our customers. So that's the vision that we're going for. Then, okay, getting back to the, okay, where do we invest? So then we do have a full stack approach. So we're investing from lowest level of hardware and qubits, and then we're investing up to all the developer tools and even the applications in certain areas, and everything kind of in between. Then if you go that, okay, more concretely, like you mentioned, we're working internally on topological qubits and that approach. That's a huge investment for Microsoft internally to have that hardware muscle available. And maybe what is nice about the approach from my perspective is that Microsoft has been very open in investing outside of US as well. We've been very heavily investing in quantum in Denmark, and we have really the qubit fabrication and materials and measurements happening locally in Denmark in our own facilities. On top of the topological side, we're also looking with our partners other qubit modalities. Maybe the most famous example now is that we sold a quantum computer together with atom computing for a new company in Denmark called Q North, and we are delivering that together, where we're relying on atom computing's hardware, and all the software stacks are built on top of that by Microsoft, and it's also being connected to our cloud services. So that maybe gives you a kind of a picture where we are investing today.
Thank you so much for setting out your stage. Javad, I mean, you're a physicist, obviously, you're in research. So what is from the perspective of a physicist, so the hardest problems left, on this road to the quantum computer?
Right. I mean, everything is hard in quantum, right? You have hardware, you have software, you have application and algorithm, and we are making great progress, right? In the last decade or so, we have come a long way. In 15 years ago, maybe we had a couple of qubits. Now we are talking about hundreds and thousands at IBM and Microsoft, right? So we are definitely making that progress, but to accelerate it, to me, it's amazing that a lot of these hurdles, the limitations, were things that we didn't anticipate. And then there was a breakthrough all of a sudden that solved it. So having lower noise physical qubits, doing better readouts, having better control, bringing it to a scale, as you mentioned, to millions of qubits, it would be different than the way we are doing it today, right? So these are the things that, collectively everyone is trying to solve and help each other. But I think, at the university, we are on the R&D side of things, right? We can think about problems that, maybe is not on the roadmap of the industries. And these things are the surprises that you always will be very happy at, a company to say, oh, this was done by this and this, and we didn't know it, and we didn't even know why we need it for, but now it's out there so we can just borrow it and use it. And that's really the goal of academia and research labs, to kind of explore cool ideas, and then the results will come out later, right? And I think we are, in another word, we are for the long run, right? We are just out there to just sort of like make sure that this progress is continuous and we get to the results that we want to get. And I'll just stop at that and we'll come back to that.
Okay, long-term investment. I mean, we will talk about, how long will this long-term investment be? But Peter, I mean, you also come from academia originally and founded your own company. And I mean, what would you say? What are the areas we need to put most effort in right now? I mean, I understand there's lots, lots of open questions still, but what would you prioritize?
Yeah, so I think I'll try and connect it a little bit to what some of the others have said. So, so Scott mentioned that we have machines running at a certain scale now, doing things which are interesting. You run quantum algorithms, but at the same time, we're probably still a few years away from machines which are very clearly have the scale and they can run algorithms of sufficient depth that you can run a commercial algorithm of some clear value. And so I think maybe another perspective is, I think, so Javad just sort of pointed back in time to how things looked, 10, 15 years ago when things were at small scale and just about starting to work. I think over the last decade, we've really got to a point where not only have we kind of conclusively got well beyond proving that the basic technology works well enough, we've seen kind of activities scale up a lot, including startups like my own and activities in big tech companies. So I think we've kind of built kind of confidence that basically the tech works. We've got very large scale of activity now across the world. So I think the kind of the focus now has to be on bringing the errors down. So this is error correction. So doing what's called quantum error correction, showing it really works in hardware, so that over the next couple of years we can pull the errors down low enough that you can run these applications of commercial value. I think this is a hugely interesting area for the interface between academia and industry.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and this is sort of the next topic I would like to pick up, and we've already heard it, from the different sides here, industry and academia, and obviously you already work together. But Javad, can you expand a little bit on, you mentioned, yes, sort of we have the advantage of being researchers, we work in a lab, we have these long-term questions that we can tackle, but expand a little bit about what you have to offer to, for instance, Scott and Laurie.
Right. So first, we are a university, right? At universities, we invest in people. We like to invest in hardware, we like to invest in research, and we do that, but our real output is the students, postdocs, and the next leaders of this technology, right? So for them to be really successful and for us to achieve our goal, we really have to be aligned with industry, right? We need to know where the problems are heading. We need to know the challenges. We need to know how things go, right? And in my own research, if I go back again a decade ago, what I did as my postdoc, the science is irrelevant completely now, right? Because that physics of 2-qubit is gone. Back then, it was a huge problem, right? But what we learned from that is kind of the way we did things, right? The critical thinking and kind of knowing the environment in terms of material science, microwave engineering. There are really good lessons that we learn, and I think we need to pass on that to the next generation, that when they go out and they kind of end up in industry, we actually accelerate this effort rather than just having like learning on the job, because quantum is a very fast-paced research. That's why it makes it really exciting, and the students want to kind of get in. I also say we do fundamental research, as you said, in the long run, right? And the fundamental research, it's amazing because you solve problems that you don't immediately know where it goes. But this year, Nobel Prize of 2025 was awarded to superconducting qubit type problems that really initiated an industry that most of us are working on that now, right? So back then, probably they didn't know this is going to lead to a technology, but we really appreciate that kind of work. So that's what really is the core of the mission at the university.
And when it comes to Peter mentioned the fault tolerance, repairing, mistakes that the computer makes. Is there anything that is still sort of in your area of basic research, or that you need to problems that you need to answers that you need to give?
Yeah, so we work with industry in a way to understand where we are, what are the metrics, what is the verification, and again, we are the gatekeepers too, right? Basically, there is a lot of research across the world. They come out. As an academic, we try to have or develop at least algorithms or things that can benchmark properly what means what and how much progress we have made. And then that's a challenge because we have so many qubit modalities that we don't know, but IBM has done, Microsoft have done great work in terms of understanding how we can compare different technologies. But we certainly do work toward this fault-tolerant dream that, as it's kind of coming on the horizon. What is the definition? And sometimes the definitions move, and we try to kind of make it clear that where we are, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I might change the verb tense a little bit. Like, I think from my perspective, we've done the research over the last decade of how we're going to build the first fault-tolerant large-scale quantum computers, and that's more engineering now. I know it's in the future, but it's in the next 3 years. That doesn't mean that there isn't still a huge, massive need for long-term investment in quantum computing. Just from my personal opinion, it's not to get to the first fault-tolerant quantum computing, because we've done that already. That research has already been done. But how do we network them together? How do we efficiently make them more efficient or more cost-effective, et cetera, et cetera? And what we haven't talked about yet, which is, from my perspective, even more important, is how do we do the algorithmic discovery and application research so people know what to do with these systems? I mean, if you think about, like, in the classical space, like the 60s and 70s, there was a huge amount of algorithmic breakthroughs with the development of, like, more powerful digital computers that, led people to think slightly differently than what people were doing with abacuses or slide rules or whatever. I think we're going to need the same thing on the quantum side. So I think there's 2 areas of research that are critically important for academia to still push on in the long term. One of them is, yes, on the hardware side, on the transduction, et cetera, to, like, come up with new ideas that we might not know what to do with today, but may be game-changing for the industry in 10, 15 years. Like, even if I don't believe it's needed for fault-tolerant, 20 years from now, what a quantum computer looks like may be shaped by that. But equally important, I think my argument would be even more important, is the research that needs to get done on algorithmic discovery, because that is really even more in its infancy than where we are from how do you build a fault-tolerant quantum computer.
I'm a little surprised by your first sentence. You said we have the technology, and I mean we know how to build it, and now we have to basically build it and scale it. I thought that we still have different technological paths. There might be different types of quantum computers, right?
Yeah,
and we don't know yet which is the most efficient and.
Yeah,
right?
there's multiple different modalities. All of us probably have a slightly different. Well, 2 of us might have the same opinion. Yeah. All of us have a slightly different opinion of, like, which modality is going to be the most powerful. But I'm just speaking for IBM from our perspective. But from our perspective, we've done the research work. We understand what are the pieces that we need to put it together. We publish the papers, blah 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 blah. There's a lot of really hard engineering work that needs to get done to do it at scale, quality, et cetera, et cetera. But it really is, like, we believe we're going to get it demonstrated in 2028, delivered to our clients in 2029. If you look at the industry, like, a lot of people in the industry have put their roadmaps forward to do similar things. Do I think all of them are going to pan out? No. Do I have more confidence ours will? Yes. But it's not a plus or minus 10 years thing. It's not there needs to be a new breakthrough research for one of them to work. It is more like a plus or minus 1 year thing, not a plus or minus 10 years thing.
That sounds positive, yes. So I would like to, sort of explore a little more in depth one other sort of projects where academia and industry work together. And I understand there's, for instance, like between the US and the UK, sort of an agreement about building a quantum computer in New York. And it's going to happen pretty soon. Oh, that's you, Peter, right? But you're in New York, so
sure,
you're part of it.
You're a partner.
Okay. So first question, why New York City, right? Why would you, we would think you would probably rather go on the countryside somewhere, but please tell us more about it.
Yeah. So I can answer this. Also, I should mention, of course, there's plenty of quantum computers in New York.
We have plenty of them in the
IBM.
IBM,
sorry, I forgot.
So it's okay. We have plenty of them in the countryside. So.
There's a specific recent story, I think, which has been very, very nice news, I think, in the industry. So, there's a few angles to it. So one is. There's a UK-US tech prosperity deal which was done, which is connected to this, and this is much broader than quantum. So this is a tech prosperity deal between the two countries, talking about AI, quantum, and clean energy tech. And at least I know on the UK side, the scale of investment there in transatlantic cooperation is at the scale of several tens of billions. Exactly how that works, I don't know, but so it's quite a big thing. And then so OQC got kind of neatly connected into this, and so we're very happy to have been kind of involved in the announcements. And this is because we've just got a partnership together with a US tech company called Digital Realty, who do co-location data centers. So data centers have been mentioned a few times. This is one of the places I think we all agree that it's a good place for quantum computers to get used ultimately. Yeah. And so this is really a kind of UK-US collaboration. OQC is a UK company. Digital Realty is the host data center company, and we put our quantum computer there in New York City in Digital Realty's data center. And why New York City specifically? So this is very much about focusing on talking to the financial sector. So OQC particularly. So this is a strategy of ours. That we integrate into data centers in financial centers of the world to get connected into the financial sector and applications there. So New York City is a lovely addition to having London and Tokyo.
Okay.
So there's lots of nice angles there, but I think really the UK-US collaboration is yeah.
So you're going to have the hardware there, and you're going to have the customers mostly out of finance there.
Indeed, and then the thing I forgot to mention, of course, is that the kind of cherry on the cake, I guess, is that New York City is in the center of a fantastic ecosystem of academic research on quantum. So this is also really nice for us that we establish ourselves somewhere where we can now start building partnerships with some really great universities in the area.
So that's where Javad comes in.
Right next.
Great. I mean, this is one, I think, probably one example of a probably really cool sort of local quantum hub that's popping up there. I assume there's other quantum hubs. What are the others sort of where you would say they're the most promising? I mean, what are good examples, Laura?
Yeah, no, I'll need to mention Copenhagen here. I think obviously I'm maybe slightly biased coming from Copenhagen myself, but I do think that the ecosystem is rather unique. And I think kind of very similar as what was mentioned here. So we're also kind of building the first level 2 quantum machine in Copenhagen, and then why Copenhagen? It's the right ecosystem to bring something like that. You have investors, you have really talented academic people. You have a lot of startups that can start utilizing it. So I think that you have all the right ingredients in play, and then it's really enabling those ecosystems to start trying kind of real algorithms. I really agree also with Scott here that I do believe that those algorithms are in a key role moving forward. That's at the end of the day, I think if you look the hardware technology, kind of what we have available today, kind of on classical compute, there are only a handful of companies really doing the hardware, and then there's like enormous amount of companies that are utilizing those and making business out of apps and algorithms. And I genuinely believe that will be the path for quantum computer as well. We're early, but you definitely want to see that algorithmic part being invested, especially kind of from the talent perspective. You want to ensure that talent is in the pipeline, and when the quantum computers are powerful enough, they can really come up with those billion-dollar ideas that how do I utilize that in a most efficient manner.
So understand, to put it bluntly, I mean, the hardware is solved, we now need to solve the software problem.
Kind of.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think that definitely comes right after the hardware has been solved.
But coming back to the hubs, should we, or do you see the hubs like they're all promising pathways that kind of have to create synergies between them? Or I mean, is it more synergy? Is it more competition? Is sort of the best will win?
No.
How should we envision them?
No, I think it's a mix. I mean, obviously, on the hardware side, it's competition because we all want to win, being the hardware infrastructure provider. I think, in the space of using quantum computing as a computational tool, at the end of the day, we're really going to touch this. I mean, basically what we're doing is building a new computational tool that allows you to run algorithms that you cannot run on any classical things. So solve problems in a completely different way that we really, really want to solve, right? And fundamentally, right? So it really, at the heart of it, it sounds like sci-fi, but at the bottom line, it's a new computational tool. So there's a lot of space to collaborate of how do I use this new computational tool. So for example, there's working groups that have started up to look at basically, optimization algorithms for quantum computing, and it's working groups that are across the globe, and you see the research hubs working together in those working groups. So for example, for us, we've put a lot of effort into partnering around the globe, with NIU and with other players. So big hubs in the Basque Country, Basque is a pretty major player that have decided they're going to invest here. Quantum's going to be their scientific thrust. In Japan is another good example with RIKEN and University of Tokyo. Many examples in Europe, smaller, Poznan, Fraunhofer, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But what you're seeing is that all these disparate hubs that are getting access to the compute to enable people to use it as a computation tool are leading to these people working together in these kinds of working groups collaboratively to push the science forward. And I think that's really critical. So I don't think it's just competition. I think there's collaboration going on already, and I think it's natural.
So we see already a transnational effort there, because
yes, but it's researcher out, not government down. Right? There's support from the government down, like the US, UK. But the more important thing is getting the researcher community together. They need support to get access to the underlying computation tool, just similar to AI. You need access to the a certain amount of AI resources. We're not talking about the same magnitude at all in quantum, by the way, to be productive. But you need that access. But once you give that access, the researchers will collaborate if you just get them connected.
Yeah. So we don't need sort of a big sort of transnational government effort to pool forces.
Well, the government helps, I think, at this point because it's not cheap building these computers or making them available, and we're not at the point yet. As Peter said, that there's immediate commercial value, so there's definitely value to government helping kickstart these things, but it's kickstart, not dictate, if that makes any sense.
But I guess there's a point also on the academic side, right? When you form these centers like NYU Quantum Institute, you really bring people, from the hardware side, from the software, from algorithm, from chemistry, from use cases, all the way through that actually you can, when you partner with an industry to actually use their system, now you have a full-fledged range of different problems that you can attack. And I 100% agree that at this point, if you're putting 50% on hardware and 50% on software, this would definitely change into, maybe 20% hardware and 80% on algorithmic side. And there are very few problems with pen and paper. You can prove that quantum is going to do phenomenal, and those problems are very important. But there's a whole other class of heuristic things that we may find that very much like AI is a black box, but it actually can have a return on investment now.
Now, I mean, when I listen to you, it sounds like, everything is working super fine. So, Peter, one more question for, concerning this connection between industry and academia. I mean, do you think, from your now speaking with the lens of the business, right? Do you get enough out of universities? I mean, are they giving you the answers you need for to carry on?
Yeah, I think so. For me, the most obvious role for universities is producing talent, actually. So I think, so for me, what universities are good at is education, and so educating people to the level that they are now useful talent in companies like ours. I think that's the most important thing for me. And then I think, I think if you go up to the level of really working on the problems that we still have to solve, I think we're at a point where collaboration between academia and industry. So it's a slightly different perspective for startups scaling up than for larger companies. But I think there's quite an ecosystem now of companies which are scaling up to a level where they can realistically start engaging a bit more broadly and deeply with universities. And I think that partnership is going to be very fruitful, I believe. So having the scale of activity of a startup can now produce and run much more complex hardware, but that partnering then with the smartest minds in academic research to solve problems that are very, very current in the hardware development, I think will be important.
So you mentioned talent, and let's spend a few minutes before we come to questions here, to the discussion. Let's spend a few moments about talking about the talents of the future. And I heard from other panels here that there's already some concern about, do we have the right people there? And Javad, I mean, you teach obviously about quantum effects, and we suppose that people who will work in quantum need some kind of base in physics. But what else will they need? So how do you train those people that your colleagues will need in the future?
Yeah, so this is a great question, right? So we have this traditional teaching and education, and now with quantum being such a fast mover in the research, we really need to adapt in terms of that teaching alone, right? So there are, from the industry, we need to know what is the roadmap, and then how we actually can help them and kind of like have partnerships with them that the students can get engaged. There are lots of professionals that can actually help quantum that come from the outside of the field, but they don't know how to, right? So there are also programs like, you can have a master program, which we have at NYU, or other things that can actually bootstrap kind of this entering the quantum field, and not everybody may need like a full PhD and that. On the PhD side, though, I would say if somebody is going through that training, I think there are two criteria that I feel are essential, and we try to teach them. One is that they need to be brave. And by that, I mean, like, you need to, and what this was what's happening, I guess, is that you have to get the quantum out of the lab. So inside the lab, you have all these, you can, make everything perfect. But once you put things on a rack, or you want to deploy in a server room or other places, it's not this research environment anymore, right? So you have to make sacrifices. You have to be twice a better engineer to actually solve that kind of problem. I think a lot of the students come with a mindset of maybe a bit more traditional, but in quantum, you kind of have to be able to think critically at the moment what is needed and be a problem solver, to be honest, right? And that would be a great hire, right? And then I know that we don't have actually much of a hiring problem now because we have so many good talents. Everybody wants to be in this field because it's such a broad and impactful field. And as they said, this is really emerging, right? But I think, the second thing that I really emphasize, at least at NYU, is the collaboration. You want to be part of something bigger, right? Maybe 50 years ago, 60 years ago, researchers alone would have huge impact, right? Einstein's and Heisenberg, but at this moment, if you want to make a technology go forward, we can be a part of something bigger, and I think there's a lot of pride in that, to make a technology successful by just being together.
Sort of the Manhattan quantum project there.
Yeah.
So Scott, I mean, how would you describe this ideal person? I mean, I'm obviously not going to ask you if Javad's students are the ones
Absolutely,
that you're hiring.
Great students. but I think it's like it's such a multidisciplinary field that there's no one answer. So I think Javad gave a good answer for kind of who we would hire to build better quantum computers. Then you got the layer of who's going to be the ones who develop the algorithms. And there, to be honest, I don't want physics people unless they're really good at math, right? So, and there's usually a connection there. So just like in hedge funds with like the quant, a lot of them have a physics background, but it's more about their math skills than their physics knowledge, right? So in the algorithm space, it's really deep math skills and domain expertise. So that's the unicorn. Like teaching them how to program a quantum computer, we can do that in 6 to 9 months. Teaching them Lie algebra and like deep understanding of like algorithmic trading, that isn't going to happen in like 6 months. So it's Java mentioned it earlier before about like multidisciplinary, chemistry, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's really critical for this next stage of algorithmic discovery is introducing the concepts of quantum computation as a tool to the computational chemists, to the data scientists, to the operational researchers, because those are the people that are going to have both the math skills and the domain expertise in order to be able to do it. And then over time, yes, there'll be a broader set of people who need to understand how do we use a quantum optimization solver as opposed to classical optimization solver, like coders and programmers and things like that. But so I think it's different stages of talent, but that middle one is where, like, from our perspective, we're hiring, still critically important to us, but for every like one hardware engineer, like deep quantum information science person we're hiring, we need to hire like 2 or 3 people who understand the algorithm and applications. And if you go outside into industry, like companies that want to use quantum computing or research institutions that want to, it's all that second category.
Laurie, I mean, you probably have the sort of a similar point of view. I mean, do you get enough of the talents you need?
I do think that kind of we have a rather good talent pipeline, but still kind of maybe kind of one or couple of things that I wanted to mention here is that if I think that what I would like to get from universities, maybe something that hasn't been mentioned yet is I still want to see universities doing basic research, because that's not going to happen at the industry. And at the end of the day, that's the foundation where all the business at the end of the day will be built. So maybe it's not exactly kind of on our roadmap what university is doing, but it can still kind of have impact if there's great breakthrough. And maybe going to the second point, what Scott was also mentioning, that typically people who are really good at doing basic research, they know the foundation. Then they can come and work with us for 9 months, and then they can start really learning the specifics on exactly what is needed at Microsoft. Maybe the other aspect what I would like to mention is that I would love to see that in the field of quantum, we would get more people who are actually not quantum physicists, but we actually get really trained professionals from other fields contributing to building of the quantum computer, because it is really multidisciplinary. And I think that there was, at least a while back, there was a little bit of stigma that everyone working in a quantum needs to have that physics degree, PhD, otherwise you don't have right to say anything. But I don't think that's right. There's so much more what is needed to build a quantum computer, and bringing that talent in to our programs, I think, is critical as well.
Okay, not everybody needs to understand your math topology and stuff.
Yeah, not well enough. They're not algorithm. Thank God, because I don't.
Okay, Peter, just anything you want to add from your perspective? What you're wishing for when it comes to talents?
Yeah, I think maybe connecting on what's just been said, I think absolutely you need to bring talent in from many areas to build and use these things. I think one thing maybe that's worth saying is I think if you didn't do a physics degree and understand quantum mechanics, I think a lot of people find it a little bit a scary thing. They think, oh, it's a crazy thing. I need to be a physicist to understand this. But actually, I think we probably could do well to put just the right quantum mechanics into quite a lot of other degrees. So someone that comes out with an engineering degree focused on, a focused degree that might be of relevance, there could be a quantum mechanics option that they do, so they don't need to learn about quantum computing in some depth, but at least they come out with no fear of quantum mechanics, because it's not that difficult to understand quantum mechanics for.
That's what a physicist says.
I am a physicist, sure. Okay. Yeah. So I think a bit of quantum across other degrees would help a lot, I think.
Okay, well, so I heard somebody talking about getting quantum into primary school, so I don't know if that's going to be the solution, but okay, I'm sorry, I've made you wait much too long. We do have time for questions, and I see one here, and please, if you could get up, maybe I'll say, yes, it's better for the camera.
Hello, okay. Hi, I'm Diane, I'm from Marine Research Institute in Madeira. So classical computing got a big boost from World War II. Is there a similar fear factor that's driving some of this race as well? And if there is, can you help me understand what is that? What is that fear about? Is it helping investment and development?
Sure, I can take that one. So there is some element of it, because one of the kinds of math that classical computers suck at, but quantum computers have been shown on pencil and paper to be good at, is doing something called factoring, which is similar math to that is the basis for asymmetric cryptography today. So if you're doing a digital signature or you're sending private keys to each other, you use that kind of math to keep it safe. So Peter Shor back in the 90s came up with an algorithm that basically said if I had a large quantum computer, I could break that kind of asymmetric cryptography. So there is some fear in the system because that has nation-state level implications. The solution to that is come up with new crypto standards, which places like NIST in the US and similar things around the globe have done, that basically uses math that we think both quantum computers and classical computers both suck at, to replace those crypto standards. So now it's just, to put air quotes around just, a matter of going and finding all your current asymmetric crypto and changing it all to these new standards. So that's where it is. Because of that, there is nation-state level interest in it beyond what you would think for just pure from a computational point of view.
I would maybe, I'm sorry.
Do you want to add?
Just add a very quick thing that, I guess beyond the security, which is a national security, even for examples that were mentioned in chemistry, you can have, at least there is a promise that you can make really big leaps into, advances of drugs and discoveries and things like that, right? So it's definitely the security, I would say, is driving it, but then there are really interesting problems that can also be within reach once we can solve a Shor algorithm.
Yes, please.
I was going to ask a similar question in the same field from a different perspective. So if you invest an amount of A to the development of quantum research for computing, what part is invested for the post-quantum cryptography part of you? I mean, just approaching from a different way, because I'm in the smart card business where it plays a central role, and we are preparing the first product for next year, actually.
Yeah, quick. So it's not the same level because you're talking about a very, very capital-intensive investment like quantum computing versus post-quantum cryptography, which is more of a hire really brilliant mathematicians to come up with a new thing and then hire a bunch of software engineers to write tools to make it easier for you to go find all your crypto and change it. So at IBM, actually, it's out of our Zurich research lab. There's a bunch of really smart mathematicians who worked, across, collaborators across the globe to come up with these new algorithms, post-quantum cryptographic algorithms that got, made into standards by NIST. There's efforts also to come up with, potentially different mathematically based standards as well to give more options in case we find something out in the future. You want to be prepared. And also, to come up with new cryptographic approaches that might take less bandwidth so that you can use them in more distributed environments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's definitely a lot of investment in the post-quantum cryptography stuff also, but it's definitely not the scale of magnitude. And I think that really just comes down to the fact that you're talking about, in the computational space, a huge amount of capital investment required to do things.
So we can take 2 more questions here first, and then you.
Okay.
Would you please stand up?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So essentially what I wondered is about your opinion where we are in the quantum hype cycle, because we saw already some expectations, like if you think about near-term VQEs that were not fulfilled in the end. So is there still, do we face now an uphill, or is there still some downhill we have to kind of undergo before we get to a plateau of, success in quantum?
I'm happy to comment on that one. So I at least feel that yes, there is a little bit like second wave of quantum hype in a way. At the same time, why I feel rather good about this time is that there's actual really solid progress being made. So it's definitely not only about hype. And I think that's really kind of, I think Scott mentioned something similar already earlier, but I think that we're just 1 or 2 years away when we start seeing quantum computers actually helping to solve certain type of scientific problems, and it's actually providing real-world value. Okay, it won't run the Shor's algorithm, or it won't solve the most critical industrial scale problem, but you can gradually see value from quantum computers, and I think that will be huge. And that's why I think I'm not a fan of term hype, because yeah, maybe there's a little bit of that, but I think there's also really much solid progress being made at the same time.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Hi, David Gann. I was chairman of the Atomic Energy Authority for the British government, and now chair the public-private partnership to build a fusion power plant in the UK. And in fusion, we have to go a long way to actually prove a minimum viable product. We have to build a plant and turn it on. That costs us tens of billions. I think you partly, Laurie, answered my question by indicating there are stages where you will have viable operating quantum computers. But I still don't quite know what quantum of investment and what size of team and how long, what the scale effects to get to those points. I know what mine are in fusion. You know, they're going to be tens of billions to build a 2 gigawatt power plant, and that's going to take some time. What's the equivalent in the quantum world? What are we going to see happen in Microsoft or IBM or in your companies?
Let me take that one first, then.
Oh, please.
So I think and apologies, I'm not facing you. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, where we are is we have 15 systems live, all over 100 qubits already today that people all over the world are using. So there's something tangible already that's demonstrated that's there. And you can run like Y amount of depth of instructions, as Peter was kind of saying. And we know that we need to get a lot higher level of instructions deep in order to run more complex problems. So the next step that you're going to see from an industry perspective is the first wave of what we call large-scale fault-tolerant systems that allow you to run millions of instructions as opposed to tens of thousands of instructions. And that's kind of like the next tangible thing. And that was like the 2028, 2029 kind of time frame that a lot of people in the industry, including us, are talking about. So from a tangible point of view, that's kind of it.
Laurie?
Yeah, no, maybe kind of I struggle to find kind of perfect analogy to fusion. Maybe I don't know enough kind of where exactly fusion is, but I would somehow assume that there kind of when you get to the fusion energy, that it's more like a step function, like that. Okay, we start seeing that working, and we can really kind of start getting benefit from it. I feel that in quantum, it's a little bit more gradual. It's not going to be that that there will be some one day that after which now we have quantum running and everything is changed. But gradually, the computers that are being taken into use all the time, they get better and better, and you can do more and more with them. And obviously, it still requires continuously significant investment and this collaboration to make it happen. But that's how I'm seeing it.
Yeah, I'll try one more time, and just I apologize, this analogy is not perfect either, but we're kind of already there from a compute point of view. We've hit the break-even point where you can't run the quantum program anymore on the world's largest classical system. We're not there on the algorithmic side. And we know that we need to make more and more powerful computers at the same time we improve algorithmic to get there on the algorithmic side. And the algorithmic side is, I think, the part where, at least for me, I have more concern of how broad of an algorithmic set of things are we going to have early enough to have enough value from the computational tools that we're building.
Okay, thanks. We don't have time for the last question that I really like from Falling Walls, next step. But at least you should, Javad and Peter, you should have one last word.
Yeah.
These guys already talked. So if you want to answer this question, what's the next step we need to take to break the wall of a fast, affordable, and reliable quantum computer?
I'll try to do that. So I think quantum, as we mentioned, is making a lot of progress. It's not a concept anymore, right? And it is a high-risk venture because we kind of keep progressing. As the hardware is getting better, algorithm getting better, they're going to meet. But we have to see how fast, and I really believe in this timeline that in the next 5 years things are going to happen, right? But it's a risk. You have to jump off the cliff. And then some people may say, look, I don't believe it now. And then some people say, look, I'm all in, right? And I'm a believer. So I think this is a great time to do this. And at NYU, we are taking the bull by the horn. So we are investing at the institute level to actually contribute to quantum research.
Peter?
I just want to add something to the last answers, actually. It's a little bit in connection to the question.
We have 5 seconds.
5 seconds, yeah. So maybe very quickly then I would say the scale of investment in a single place that you were just talking about, I think that'll get you into the 2030s, and it'll get you a fully fault-tolerant machine that's solving all the problems we talk about. So I think, and smaller scale investments over smaller period of time will also get very meaningful advance, I would say. So up to and less, I think, will be very meaningful.
Thank you so much. I take home from the panel that I personally trust these guys to build the next fast, reliable, affordable quantum computer. Please join me in thanking the panel and with a big applause.